Line Up for Braves Country by D.M. McGee. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavine. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves country's the best. Line Up for Braves Country by D.M. McGee.
like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it. The fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Polk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won Baseball World Championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed, the only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the season, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn.
It is the American game. It's just what it is, and it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It brings you back.
It may be the worst of times for the National Football League, but it is the absolute best of times for Major League Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
Armchair.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome to October, boys and girls, here on Braves Country Radio. You're listening live as we march closer to crowning a champion. I'm Mac McGee. It's time to put it all aside and get ready for what should be a great day in baseball. We'll go over the lineups as the game goes on. Make sure to like and subscribe and become a member today. Jump in the chat. Tell us where you hail from, as roll call is on the way. Buckle up, boys and girls. It's time for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of baseball.
Get this bus moving.
Stop.
Come back.
Too late.
Roll call. Yeah. Roll call.
Good afternoon. Good to see Charlie and John, and who else do we have here? James Fisher King, Uncle Charlie, John, the Chop Shop. Who else do we have in here? I know it's a weird start time. We're just about set for pitch by pitch, play by play. Waiting for everything to get loaded up and ready to rock. If y'all missed the note, and for those of y'all who are just listening on radio, we will not be here tomorrow, or we will not be here for the Friday night game. The only games picked up by the radio stations were today, Friday afternoon at 3, and Saturday at 8. And so that's what we're going to leave it as. It's a long story why it laid out that way, but won't really affect Major League Baseball, but we decided to roll with it. And other things that we can get accomplished when those games are going on. So, for you basketball fans, evidently the Mavericks are trading Anthony Davis to the Wizards in an 8-player trade. So there's that going on. But as far as the world of The Caribbean Series should be a pretty good matchup today, and you're going to see some familiar faces, which I think is always a lot more fun when you do these types of leagues. We'll introduce them as we go along, but I've already seen a couple of names like, man, I did not know they were still playing. Panama versus Dominican Republic, and of course the Dominican Republic is the odds-on favorite. So as we get ready, it looks like they got pretty good skies here today. There was some rain being threatened, but it looks like a hazy, lazy, sunny afternoon here in Mexico. You'll remember Christian Bethencourt. Good to see you, as was. He is behind the plate for Panama today. And Camargo is at third. So a couple of ex-Braves. If you're pulling for anybody, looking to pull for anybody, I would say that Panama would be the team to pull for. Got a couple of ex-Braves, and they are the underdog. Who doesn't love a good underdog story? Dominican Republic are in their white jerseys, red pinstripes, outlined in blue ball caps, blue undershirts, which a lot of them are wearing to protect themselves from the sun early in the season. And Panama is in gray pants and a red shirt with a red ball cap. And Panama is the away team. They'll be leading off here in the first inning. And it'll be Ramos leading off as we are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of the 2026 Caribbean Series. Starting pitcher for the Dominican Republic is Larkins. And for Panama, it's Saldana. And as they come set, we come set. Here's the first pitch on the way. Yes, sir. It is baseball time in Mexico. And the first pitch on the way is swung on and popped up. Easy, lazy fly ball. F9 in your scorecard, one away. One pitch, one out. Ramos retired easily. Get this going in the early part of the game.
What's for dinner? Hey, chef, what's for dinner?
Righty-lefty matchup is the first pitch on the way to Camargo is right there on the outer edge, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Johan Camargo, and you remember him from his days with the Atlanta Braves, makes the 1-0 swat at that. Fouls it off. It's 1-1. Once upon a time, he was once going head-to-head with Austin Riley for the starting position at third base for Atlanta. The 1-2 count. He fouls the second pitch off. Lakins comes set. The right-hander deals. Swing, slaps it foul. 91-mile-an-hour fastball deep down the third base line. Fouling out of play. Do it again. 1-2. 0-0 your score here in the top of the first inning. Panama versus the Dominican Republic. The 1-2 inside. Bender misses. Evens up the count. Ball 2-2-2. As was got pork chop and mashed taters. Uncle Charlie country ham and tater salad. And biscuits. John going for the burger tonight. The 2-2 pitch swung on. Rattled off the pitcher. Ricochets into the glove of the second baseman out there. Nunez, he'll flip it to first to Adames. So you'll record it if you're scoring at home. A 1-4-3 putout. Lakins shakes off the coaching staff, says he's fine. I think it just ricocheted off his glove. I don't believe it hit him on his hand or anything. I was wondering what Cathedral biscuits were, Charlie, but I was like, never know. First pitch on the way, swung on and rips it down the left field line. Bangs it foul. It's 0-1. Santos, the batter, righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 inside, misses. 1-1. Cathedral biscuits are so good you see God. That's what they are, John. They're like those. Is that Red Lobster that makes those Cheddar Bay biscuits? The 1-1. Down and away. Ball 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Wind up the pitch. Swing, lifts it down the left field line, but that'll go well out of play. And we'll do it again. The 2-2. Swing, slap, set down the right field line. Foul territory, giving chase out there is Adames, and it'll bounce into the seats. A couple of youngsters fighting over a souvenir. We'll do it again, 2-2. Yeah, I think one of the greatest things ever invented was Red Lobster selling their mix at the store, so you can make those at home. We've done that several times. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, chops that one foul. So he's making them work. Lakin's up to 13 pitches in this inning. The majority of them have been to Santos. You don't see a lot of Red Lobsters around anymore, but those biscuits are elite. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. Lakins looks in. The wind-up lets her loose. Swing, lifts it into center field. High and deep, and that'll be caught. F8 in your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. So nothing doing here in the first. We'll be back in a flash. It's 0-0. The Dominican Republic grab the sticks when we return.
You guys need anything, let me know.
You got it. I'm Sean, by the way.
Jay. It's okay. All handled. This is my wife. This is Sean, and I want to get this right. Beautiful African name. Sean Mbadaway.
I said, by the way.
What are you going to tell your child when they come home from school crying because their best friend was just taken out of their classroom by an immigration agent?
Adios, muchacho. There's no better feeling in the world than being able to drink a Diet Coke without some asshole telling you how bad it is for you.
There are 24 pitchers in the history of baseball who have hit the 300 win mark, with the last one being Randy Johnson in 2009. The longest we have gone without a 300-game winner is 20 years between Lefty Grove and Warren Spahn. Will anyone get to the 300 win mark in the near future? Currently, the only hope is Justin Verlander. This is very doable if he remains healthy, and that's a big if. So this brings me to my next question. Will there ever be another 300-game winner ever again? For a rookie to come in and reach that mark, they would need to win 20 games over 15 years. Highly unlikely. If we look more at longevity, it would take 20 years of 15 or more wins to reach that threshold. By the time a pitcher goes through college and the minors, they're usually in their early 20s. This means you would have to pitch into your 40s, which you don't see all that often anymore. If Verlander doesn't make it, I believe Cole would be our last hope. Agree or disagree? Let me know in the comments.
And it was so cool for him to go in with Robin and with Nolan.
Special day.
If I was to literally hand-pick players to go in with, I don't think I could have hand-picked a better group.
4 great guys right here, right?
Yes.
4 great guys.
The hardest speech you'll ever have to make. I have been sitting in the hot seat over here for about 2 hours, wondering if I was going to be able to get through this thing.
He did a great job.
Saquon Barkley. I swear Saquon Barkley is the best. Lord have mercy.
Welcome back. 0-0 your score. We're heading to the bottom of the first inning. Dominican Republic grabbed the sticks. Over-under in this game was 7.5. Dominican Republic with the favorite. The first pitch on the way is a cutter up top, called for a ball. Looked like it hit the zone. No, they did call it a strike. Just a very nonchalant move by home plate umpire. It's 0-1, the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Cutter right down the pipe, 0-2. 0-2 count. Nunez leading off. Batting 143 in the series. He'll be followed up by Gonzalez and Brito. Lake, if anybody gets on. The 0-2 pitch. So they had it wrong on the screen. I was originally correct. That makes it 1-2. That pitch was right there in the zone, called for a strike. So 1-2 count now. To clean that up, that was 1-0, 1-1, and now 1-2. Pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, 2-2. Kind of at the mercy of the interpretation of whoever's doing. And I'm noticing here it's both the ESPN Deportes and the MLB both put the wrong call up there. So they must have one person in charge of it that can't read the zone. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3 up top, high heat, and 1 away. Good pitch, high heat on the outer side. 1 up, 1 down. Good to see you, Ladarius. We'll have the first semifinal on Friday at 3 p.m. And then after that, it'll be the championship on Saturday night at 8 p.m. 1-0 your score, or 0-0 your score here. The 1-0 count. Pitch on the way, swung on and lifted high and deep into left field. Not quite deep enough. Be an easy, lazy catch out there. F7 in your scorecard. Santos was with the catch for Panama. And there's quickly 2 up, 2 down. Left to right across the outfield at Santos, Ramos, Castillo. Around the horn, Camargo, Dennis, Burrows, and Arnaiz. Bethencourt is behind the plate. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike, cutter right down the pipe. It's 0-1. When they originally released the lineups this morning, they had Arias listed as the first baseman. I thought it was Luis Arias, who just signed with the Giants, but it was a misspelling on their part. 0-1 swung on and tapped foul out of the glove. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. 0-0 your score. Oh, the day games, as was, are, I'd say, around 1,000 that are watching. Maybe a little more when we get to the semifinals, and then the night games are much more. As the 1-2 pitch is down and away. 2-2. You got to realize this was a makeshift tournament because it was originally supposed to take place in January in Venezuela. So a lot of people didn't get off for these games. They didn't get time off. And though it's a very popular sport in Mexico, where this sits as the 2-2 pitch is fouled off, will do it again. It's really difficult for folks to be able to take time off on a Wednesday to go out to the ballpark. And this wasn't originally even supposed to be here. And this stadium's kind of off the beaten path. It's not easily accessible. I was reading an article about it. They had to put the whole thing together on the fly. The 2-2 down and away, ball 3-2. So a full count. You can follow along Ladarius on MLB. It's also on Deportes, but I don't know how many people get that. I've got both of them pulled up. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. I think the Deportes video is better, but once again, you would only have you would not have English-speaking broadcasts. I tried to listen to it the other day and it didn't work out. We'll be back in a flash. 0-0 your score. We go to the top of the second. Panama versus the Dominican Republic.
Some of y'all out here worried if y'all girl's cheating. I ain't worried about that. I'm worried if she's ate anything and took a nap today, because if not, she's just going to be mean to me.
We only need to shower 2 to 3 times per week.
Hey, look, I respect that she board certified and everything, but if you from down south or specifically anywhere near me, she wasn't talking to you, okay? It's hotter than demon in a wool condom outside. I don't need you walking around me smelling like buzzard burp after a buffet, all right? Y'all be having burrito tacos, fajita meat, and bell peppers blowing under y'all armpits, fam. I'm gonna need you to take a bath as needed. As soon as you start smelling the stench, as soon as you start accumulating an aroma, bro, go touch some bath water.
Bro, there is nothing like the comeback you think of in the shower after the argument. In the argument, I'm like, yeah, well, whatever. Shut up, because you're stupid. In the shower, I am punching the air with the things I think of.
It makes me realize how bad of a lawyer I'd be. Your Honor, can I have a moment because I'm emotionally overwhelmed?
How is the rent for 31 days the same as the rent for 28 days? Bro, where's my change? And then the lease renews in February, which means you just went up on my rent. So I'm paying you the most for a month that ain't even got enough days in it.
After all the strikeouts, all the records, only time could stop the Express.
And Seattle has a 5-0 lead with nobody out in the first.
My elbow was bothering me a lot. I tried to pitch through it, hoping that it would get better, but it did.
Here's Magadan, 2-1 pitch. Inside, 3-1.
She just popped.
And now, Danny Wheat's coming out to talk to Nolan. That's not good.
I knew that I'd torn that tendon in my elbow. I knew that was it.
Now, for the scores and highlights, we are compelled to show them to you because the owners say these count towards the playoffs and the Super Bowl. So here we go.
That clip there. We found that. That was a clip for the National Football League during the strike. I think 87 was the year, as the first pitch on the way to start the top of the second. Down and in for a ball, it's 1-0. And someone had commented, I can't remember the broadcaster's name. He's related to somebody famous. He's not the famous broadcaster that he sounds like. But anyways, the 1-0 swung on, fouled off the plate, it's 1-1. And they commented how disgusted he was with the whole situation because they were playing scab games at the time, as they called them, and those were supposed to count in standings towards the NFL playoffs. I think they ended up changing that at the end. It was the 1-0 chop foul, it's 1-2. Kind of similar to the dopey situation they did in Major League Baseball in the strike of, I believe that was 81, where they had this long strike in the middle of the season as the 1-2 pitch. Outside, wide, ball 2-2-2. And what they decided to do was have the first half of the season as the 2-2 pitch, swing, chops it foul down the first base line. Do it one more time. Very much what you see in minor league baseball nowadays, where the first half of the season you have a champion, and the second half of the season you have a champion, and they each qualify for the playoffs to get to the World Series. The 2-2, swing, that ball is hammered down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, a solo shot. Just like that. Panama on top, 1-0. Castillo with the homer to right field. How far did it fly? Well, we don't get that information here, but I'm going to guess it was every bit of, just looking at the actual, is at least 360, 370 down the right field line. Banging around off the seats up there, didn't quite leave his mark. So 1-0 your score. Panama trying to pull off the upset. Here's the first pitch on the way. Swung on and rifled down the right field line, and that is a fair ball. That's going to get down into the corner, turning first, heading to second, sliding in, and it's a head first or leg first slide. And just like that, Panama is rocking and rolling. Cue shot down the line, coming over to cut it off was Brito. Good relay, but not quick enough to get it rolling. That'll bring Rodriguez to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way, drops a bunt, foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. After this weekend, then we'll be pointing our sails towards spring training. The first spring training game here on the BCR will be Friday, February 20th, as the 0-1 pitch. That ball is slapped into left field. That's down for a base hit. That's going to score a run. 2-0 your score as Panama jumps on top of the Dominican Republic with another RBI double. So a good piece of hitting there by Rodriguez. Pitch was on the outer part of the plate, and he just sliced it down the line. Something else that I've noticed too, I think it was was asking about the crowd, it grows as the game goes on. So you got to realize it's 2 o'clock local, well, almost 2:30 local time when this game is taking place. It's the first pitch on the way. That ball is sliced down the right field line. Man, he almost knocked that into the corner fair. It just went foul. It's 0-1. Actually, let me double check. No, I'm sorry, it's 1 o'clock local time where this game is taking place. So, with that being said, as you go one, swing and a miss, four-seam fastball, it's 0-2. You'll see him start trickling into the park around the sixth. The last few games I've watched, 5th, 6th innings, where you really start seeing them move in. And I don't know if they're getting out of getting off of work at that time. I don't know how that's playing out, but that's where you really saw a lot of people start coming into the park. The 0-2 up top just misses the zone. Man, that looked like it hit the paint, but did not get the call. 1-2. Of course, maybe they've watched so many LA Dodger games that they think that that's how crowds are supposed to be. They're supposed to show up late. Show up around the 5th, leave around the 8th. The 1-2 slices that one straight back. They got a beat on Lakins here. DR might want to get the pin working here. 2-0 your score. Runner at second. A 1-2 count. Arnaiz, the first baseman, standing in. Righty-righty matchup. Shortstop creeping behind the runner, trying to pick him off. And here's the pitch. 1-2 in the dirt. Good block by De La Cruz behind the plate. 2-2. 2-2 count. I'll be interested to see what happens when they hit the semifinals. If you see a bigger crowd earlier. But the crowd last night was pretty good. The game we did. I noticed it was quite a bit of as the 2-2 pitch swung on, sliced back foul. We'll do it again. I've noticed we get a better crowd in here on the day games. I think some of that has to do with the fact that if you're at home, you're probably less likely to be watching the Caribbean Series, but if you're at work or whatever you're doing during the daytime, you're more likely to turn it on. The 2-2. Lakins. This will be his 31st pitch, by the way. Outside, wide ball, 3-2. So a 3-2 count. Infield is playing back into the left. The payoff pitch, swing, slices that one foul and out of play. I have noticed that quite a bit of fans are hiding, so the sun is really beating down out there in the outfield corners. You're not seeing a lot of fans out there. They were showing a view just before the game started, and there were a ton of fans that were in this little pavilion area that they're not showing behind home plate. It's covered by the shade. The payoff pitch down below the knees, ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. So first and second. Still nobody out. I don't know if y'all saw the video that they released with Ozzie, Riley, and Olsen being interviewed by Ingram. It wasn't the greatest video. I mean, he really asked for softball questions. He's not a great interviewer, but I get it. He's probably told not to rock the boat. But the biggest takeaway I had from that is Austin Riley looks like hell, man. He needs to get in that weight room, man. He looks like he's been on the sauce and not in the gym all off season. Had some scraggly beard, pale as a ghost. For some reason, him and Olsen were wearing cowboy hats. It's kind of hard to pull the cowboy hat off when you're ghost pale. You're not tricking a lot of people thinking you're outside much. First and second, nobody out. First pitch on the way, showing bunt. Pulls it back, Burrows. It's 1-0. Lakins at 34 pitches. We're just beginning the second inning. It's 2-0 Panama. At 1-0. Shows bunt again. That time slider off the plate. 2-0. This goes back to something I've heard for years, but it's really more They talked about it more back 20, 30 years ago. But when a pitcher's up there trying to pitch around a guy showing bunt, he is playing into the hand of the offense, the 2-0. Just hits the cutter inside. Burroughs didn't like it, but it did look like it clipped the zone, 2-1. Guy's going to give you an out. Throw the pitch over the plate. Preferably the fastball because they're a lot harder to bunt, but throw the pitch over the plate and let him give himself up, the 2-1. Finally gets the bunt down. The force throw is going to go to third, and we're going to get a 1-5 put out. They rifle it across the diamond, does not get Burroughs in time, so Burroughs will take his spot at first, and there's one away. First and second, one out. Rodriguez out at third, Arnaiz to second, and Burroughs not at first for those of y'all who are scoring at home. First pitch on the way is a slider inside for a ball. It's 1-0. But the one question that I did get a kick out of, because seeing the awkward silence by the other two, especially Austin Riley, is they were asking, as the 1-0 pitch is off the plate, ball 2-2. They were asking Matt Olson what he does to prepare to play every game, every season, because he's got the longest streak going right now, the Ironman streak. And he was talking about how it starts in the off season as the 2-0 pitch is slapped down the line, foul 2-1. Staying in shape, et cetera, et cetera. Meanwhile, you got Riley sitting there looking like he just rolled out of a gutter, and he hasn't made it to the end of the season since 2023. He's just kind of looking around going, oh, yeah. I guess I got to get in the gym. The 2-1 count. Down below the knees. Ball 3-1. I really think when it comes to Riley, he needs to do something that you could never get Freddie Freeman to do. But start wearing some protective gear on your upper body, because it's normally a hit by pitch that's sending him to the IL. The 3-1 swung on, chops it over to short. That's going to be a 6-4-3 inning-ending rally-killing double play. But not before Panama puts 2 on the board. We'll be back in a flash. It's 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the second.
You're a Knoll, my friend.
No. Actually, do you know where I graduated from?
Well, you're still a Knoll.
I'm a who?
You're a Knoll, my friend.
Hey, this is for them motherfuckers that always got their ass crack out. How y'all don't be feeling that? You gotta be feeling that. Just draw just all the way down. How you don't feel it? You just don't care? Just got your whole little stank of booty out in the public? Y'all nasty. You so nasty. You better put it away, because a motherfucker like me, see that? I'm throwing something in that little stank of booty. Quit playing. You better hide that.
We have 2 number 3s. That's not a mistake. It's just that some of Grover Cleveland Alexander's career totals are so close to Christy Matheson's, we call it a tie.
He has the same number of wins lifetime as Christy Mathewson, 373.
This was going to be the successor to Mathewson among National League aces. This is the man who was going to throw pitch for pitch against Walter Johnson in the other league for reputation.
And his 1911 rookie season was incredible.
Led the National League in just about every pitching category.
He had 28 wins, 7 shutouts, and a then rookie record 227 strikeouts.
Started a decade of dominance in which he was, bar none, best pitcher in the National League.
From 1915 through 17, Pete was off the charts.
Won more than 30 games 3 years in a row.
6 times he won at least 27 games and had a sub-2 ERA 6 straight seasons.
1916, he threw 16 shutouts. Whole leagues don't throw that many shutouts today.
His 90 career shutouts are second only to Walter Johnson.
All the many
games and innings that Alexander worked, he's remembered mostly for one.
And I can't tell who's going to come in. Let's see who it's going to be. It is going to be Grover Cleveland Alexander. Oh, Pete will come on.
In 1926, had one of the most famous moments in World Series history.
After pitching 2 complete game victories already, Pete was called on in relief in Game 7.
Welcome back. Bottom of the second, we go 2-0 your score as Panama has taken the early lead over the Dominican Republic. The DR goes to grab the bats here in the bottom of the second inning. Saldana will lead us off. Or Lake will lead us off, excuse me. First pitch on the way is swung on and fouled straight back. Cutter off the edge. It's 0-1. Lake batting .714 in the Caribbean Series. We saw him have a good night the other day. I believe he was 3 for 3 in that game. The 0-1 swung on, chopped foul down the line. It's 0-2. Center fielder for the Dominican Republic. The 0-2. Check swing, fouls it to the backstop. We'll do it again. The 0-2, down and away. Slider misses, 1-2. 1-2 count. 2-0 your score. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Nobody on, nobody out. Lake to lead us off here. He'll be followed by Damas and then Rodriguez. The 1-2's in the dirt, ball 2-2-2. So a 2-2. Flips it up there. Swing! That ball's lifted into center field, and that's down for a base hit. Good hard hit ball up the middle. Just over the second base bag. A one hopper to the center fielder out there, Ramos. He flips it back into the infield. And one on. Nobody out. The tying run will come to the plate. Lake continues to heat up here in the Caribbean Series. Batting .714 before that base hit, so that will climb a little north. Righty-lefty matchup now. Adames takes the first pitch, sinker down below the knees. It's 1-0. Fastball outside wide, ball 2-2. 2-0 count. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, cutter on the outer edge, 90 miles an hour, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch swung on. That ball's going to get ripped through the infield. A worm burner, and the Dominican Republic's got something cooking here. First and second, nobody out. Another hard hit ball, scalded up the middle. Christian Adames is the man that made that play, made that base hit. They show him with a San Francisco Giants ball cap in his profile picture. He has not played there since 2019. He was with the Rockies from 2014 to 2017 and has been in the Dominican League ever since. First pitch on the way is outside wide to Rodriguez. It's 1-0. Saldana looks back, brings it. Slider, swing and a miss. 1-1. One count. Inside, that ball got him up in the arm, and Alberto will head on down to first. And now we've got the bases loaded. Ducks all over the pond. And nobody out. Looked like the four-seamer that just drifted in and got him up in the shoulder. And that'll bring Franchi Cordero to the plate. Franchi Cordero, 27 home runs in the major league throughout his career. He last played for the Yankees in 2023. He was also with the Red Sox, where I think a lot of people will remember him as he was on that team that almost made it to the World Series. As the first pitch on the way, swung on, chopped foul down the line. First base side, it's 0-1. Also played with the Padres from 17 to 19 and the Royals in 2020. So he had a 7-year career in the major leagues before falling out. He's 31 years old right now. The 0-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Bases juiced. Saldana trying to work his way out of it. Here's the pitch. Off the plate, wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. Righty-lefty, 2-0 your score. Panama leads. Here's the pitch. Just off the plate, fastball. Ball 2, 2-1. The 2-1 swing. That ball's hit up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. One run will score. It's 2-1. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is standing up to tie the game. It's 2-2. Good hard hit there up the middle, and the Dominican Republic has tied up Panama 2-2 in the bottom of 2. Still nobody out. And now runners on first and second. Quick mound visit out there. Trying to settle down the right-hander. It's at 31 pitches. That's not the issue. The issue, he has not recorded an out here in the inning. He's already coughed up two. If you're wondering, the only free agent left for the Atlanta Braves who they have not re-signed or signed elsewhere is Marcell Ozuna. I would expect him to get signed in the next week somewhere. I don't have a clue where that's going to be, but it's going to be somewhere where he thinks he can get a lot of DH at bats. First pitch up top, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. De La Cruz, the hind catcher for Dominican Republic, standing at the plate. They've just tied this up. Panama with 2 in the second. The DR with 2 in the second. Pitch on the way. 0-1. Misses down and in. 1-0. A 1-1 count. Saldana brings it, swings, slices it back foul. And 1-2 count here. They're set up for the double play. Infield, shade a little bit to the right. 1-2, swing, chops it over towards first. It's going to be a 3-6 put out. They're going to throw to the back end over at third, but everyone stays put. So runners on the corners, but they do record the first out, does Panama here in the second inning. Now a ground ball can get them out of the inning. That was a slow developing double play ball. Not much of a chance of them getting the runner sprinting down the line. Righty-lefty matchup. Hernandez, now the batter. We're going to flip it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. DR 2, Panama 2. Saldana comes set, the windup, the pitch, swing. That ball's lifted into right field, drifting back, and that ball's going to get down where the green grass grows. Up against the wall, 1 run will score. It's 3-2. Here comes the throw to the plate, diving head first, and 2 runs will score. It is 4-2. The DR has taken a 2-run lead after trailing by 2, entering here in the second inning. A bases clearing double. Hard hit ball into the gap. Good hard hit ball, just launched. Not much of a wind factor here today. In fact, the flags out there behind right and left center field are barely even moving. 4-2 your score. Wonder if this might be it for Saldana. And it does look like they're going to make a quick pitching change. We'll take the break with them when we return. 4-2. The DR leads Panama. We're just getting going here in the second inning. Mac McGee.
And I, we're on the same team.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
And we need more players. We need you to help us win the battle against hunger and poverty. You can sponsor
Braves Country Radio.
Teamwork is what
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
it is all about. And that's why we need you. For just $15 a month,
Don't get greedy. Ask for $2.99.
you can sponsor a child just like
Braves Country Radio.
I've been able to really help,
Braves Country Radio.
and it feels so good. It's so easy. Just reach out now and start sending your love around the world.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
If you join our team, we really can bat 1,000.
Mac McGee.
Who's waiting for help? There's room on our team for you.
Pitch on the way from Stephen Fuentes, the right-hander who is in the game, is a slider in the dirt. It's 1-0. Nunez back to the top of the order. We go. A 1-0 pitch, swung on, sliced down the third base line, but foul. One-0 count, or 1-1 count, excuse me. Righty-lefty runner at second. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Gonzalez. Pitch on the way, swing. Bangs it over to second base. Kind of a slow roller, so he'll just flip it over to first. 4-3 on the put out. Runner at second moves down to third, 2 down. Two up, 2 down. He'll throw one into the dirt up there to Gonzalez. Righty-righty matchup. It's 1-0. 90 feet away. Be the 5th run of the game for the DR if they can get him home. The 1-0 pitch, swing, hit hard on the ground over to short. Dives, grabs it, fires it over to first. Wide throw. Did he apply the tag? They're going to call him safe, and it's 5-2, the DR. Hard hit ball, diving to his left, grabbed it, jumped up, tried to spin and throw it, and the throw was just off the mark. Arnaiz tried to apply the tag, but the throw was well wide of the bag. Taking another look at it. This wasn't a great throw, and you almost wonder how much Arnaiz plays first base. I feel like most first basemen, they're going to try to stretch to make that catch. He just kind of followed the ball over there like a middle infielder would. So runner at first, 2 outs, 5-2 your score. Dominican Republic's taking a 3-run lead over Panama. First pitch on the way, swung on and hit over towards short. A long throw across the infield, one hopper, bang, he got him, and that'll end the inning. But not before the DR takes a 3-run lead. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR Caribbean Series. 5-2, Dominican Republic leads it.
I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, and what's it seems weird and scary to me. It'll happen to you.
Now, if I gave you $1 and your father gave you $1, how many dollars would you have?
$1.
You don't know your arithmetic.
You don't know my father.
So now it's time number 2.
Greg Maddux, if you looked up the word pitcher in a dictionary, it should have his pitcher by, because he was a pitcher in every true sense of the word.
For 23 seasons, Greg Maddux educated the National League in the fine art of pitching with a brilliant approach.
Got it! This guy was the professor. I mean, he dissected the strike zone.
Maddux is sawing right through this lineup.
He had finger control on the ball that allowed the ball to sink, to run, to cut, to fade.
His ball never did the same thing twice in a sequence. What he was able to do with a baseball was amazing.
That's why he's the best pitcher in the game.
His attention to detail and game day preparation was impeccable. And that's just one of the many words you could use to describe Maddux.
Economic, precise, and smart.
He would pitch a hitter a certain way in one game because he knew that a month down the road this guy might come up in a tighter situation, and he wanted him to remember that at bat so he could get him out a different way.
Mad Dog won more games in the 90s than anyone, and 2 of those years were his story.
Bobby and I'd always look at each other in admiration. There were games where he went 9 innings and never missed the target. And I'm not exaggerating. That's what separates mediocrity from greatness.
And then there was his fielding, which earned him a record 18 Gold Gloves. That combination of slick fielding and magnificent pitching made Greg the first man ever to win 4 straight Cy Young Awards.
He's the best, folks. He is the best.
Overall, from top to bottom, was there ever a better right-hander? I don't know.
My girlfriend poked me in the eyes. I stopped seeing her for a while.
Welcome back. 5-2 your score. If you're joining us late, you have missed a lot of fireworks early. 2 runs in the top of the second by Panama, including a solo shot to get it rolling. And then the Dominican Republic answered back with 5 of their own in the bottom of the second. We head to the top of the third. 5-2 your score. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Sinker below the knees. 1-0, 1-0. Looked like he pulled the changeup on that second pitch. Ball 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Lakins is back out there, by the way. The pitch on the way, swing. That ball's hammered down the left field line. And good night, Irene. That ball is cooked over the left field wall. Good God almighty, that ball is smoked. Just like that. And if you had the over in tonight's game, you have hit pay dirt. 7-0. Man, was that ball smoked. further, but we'll take whatever version of StatCast they have for this series. First pitch on the way to Johan Camargo. For a ball, it's 1-0, the 1-0. Swing and a miss up top out of the zone. 1-1. Johan Camargo, the ex-Atlanta Brave. Pitch on the way inside, misses. 2-1. He's changed his stance quite a bit, a little bit more of an open stance. When he was with Atlanta, did not have this huge open stance, but he has gone to it, and the 2-1 pitch is going to be lifted into left field. Looks like the left fielder has lost it in the sun, Cordero, and that ball's going to get down. Cordero could not read it off the bat. There's no sun in anybody's eye out there as the kind of a hazy cloud situation, but nonetheless, he lost it somehow. The ball actually dropped right in front of Cordero, kicked to his right, his bare hand side, and he was fortunate that he stuck his arm out there and just happened to grab it. First pitch on the way is a 90-mile-an-hour fastball inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Thank you, Mr. James. 1-0 pitch, swung on, lifted, high and deep. That ball's going back off the wall. Bounces off the wall. Cordero can't handle that ball. It's going to come in and out of his hands. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is safe, and we've got a one-run game. Ball ricocheted off the wall, and Franchi Cordero had a hard time coming up with it. After he double clutched it, he threw it into the infield, and the relay was off the mark, so it's going to be an RBI double, and we've got a one-run ball game. Wow. Man, oh man alive, that was it. It's been an adventure out there for Cordero out there in left field. If you're Panama, I'd keep whacking it out there. First pitch on the way is a curveball down and in to the left-handed batter Castillo. It's 1-0. Castillo 1 for 1 on the day, 5-4 your score, top of the third. The 1-0. Fastball outside wide, 2-0. 2-0 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Ball 3-3-0. Castillo at 54 pitches, but this is the third inning. He might be running out of gas. 3-0 pitch. Drops a cutter there at the knees. 3-1. Castillo taken all the way. Castillo last time up hit a home run, solo shot, got the scoring started for both sides way back when it was 0-0 in the second. 3-1, takes another slider, full count. So full count to Luis Castillo, 5-4 your score. Dominican Republic leads Panama. There are no outs here in the third, and the pitch on the way, down and away, ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. Cordero, they're showing the replay of that ball coming off the wall. I mean, it came in his glove. He had it in his hand. He took his eye off it for a second and just lost the handle. And that was after allowing the runner to get on base because he lost it in the sky somehow. First and second, and nobody out. And I think it looks like the DR is going to the pen. They are. We'll be back in a flash. 5-4 your score. We got a good old-fashioned shootout here in Mexico. We'll be back here on the BCR.
Oh, I won't do that. Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me because you are weak and wrong and you dance badly.
Did you know that the letter J is the last letter to be added to the English alphabet? The letter J was added back in 1524, and prior to its addition, the letter I was actually used for I and J sounds. Did you know that? Well, now you do.
If I was ever with my group of friends and some aliens and some supernatural craziest stuff in the world start happening, and right before we about to die, one of my homeboys look at me and start crying, talking about he like ding-a-ling and he got a crush on one of us, we gonna jump that. I'm telling you what's gonna happen. We gonna jump him right there on the spot, bruh. Nobody got time for that. Look, I'm glad everybody is having the same reaction to this whole Stranger Things with Will coming out, bruh. Nobody cares. Who cares, bruh? Just make a good movie.
Oh, boy. I just hope this isn't the way it ends.
That was a hard moment to see a legend like that walking out. It's unbelievable.
I don't usually cry at a ball game, but I cried because it's just sad to see him not finish that game. We just had to be thankful for what he had accomplished, what he proved to himself, and just be happy with that, even though it was sad.
Pull up a chair, grab you a cold one. BCR for the classic call, Radio Baseball. We got ourselves a good one here today. 5-4 your score. As the Dominican Republic leads Panama, but Panama has 2 on and nobody out. We're in the top of the third. Minier comes to the plate, first pitch on the way. That ball is roasted up the middle. That's through for a base hit, and that'll score a run. They're going to throw the ball back behind the runner, coming around first, going towards second. So they will tie the game, will Panama, but a good heads-up play by Lake, the center fielder for the DR, threw the ball behind the runner, the lead runner at second after the runner had scored at home. He was going first and thinking about going first to third, and the throw behind the runner caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. By the time he realized what was going on, he tried to dive back to second base, and they got him right up top on the shoulder blade. So a topsy-turvy start to this game, 5-5 your score. Top of the third, first pitch on the way. Fastball up top for a ball, it's 1-0. Rodriguez, the batter. 1-0. Swing, chops it off his instep. 2-0. 2-0 count. One on, one out. Minier looking over to first, but he'll deliver the ball to the plate, and that slider misses down and away, 2-1. Good to have baseball back. We'll have spring training ball in just over 2 weeks. Friday, the 19th, is the 2-1 pitch. Called for a wide strike, too. Rodriguez doesn't like it. Can't say I blame him. It's 2-2. Yankees and Orioles lead us off in the spring training 2019. 1 o'clock on that Friday is the 2-2. Chopped off the plate. We'll do it again. The game plan is to bring you a doubleheader of Cubs-White Sox, but they've not announced a broadcast partner with that, so we're going to play that by ear. If not, we'll just bring you the whole game of the Yankees-Orioles. If not, the plan is to go 1 p.m. to about 3 p.m. for the first several innings of the Yankees-Orioles. Once they start pulling all their starters, we'll head over to Chicago. We did add one today that we got verified if y'all didn't see it. Cardinals versus the Mets. That is a Wednesday on the 25th of February. The 2-2 slaps it towards the left side. And it's going to be a long throw, 5-3. Infield single does not get there in time. And Panama has 2 on, 1 out. And still not an honest out from this inning. The only out recorded in this inning was just a heads-up play by the center fielder throwing behind the runner. Other than that, they have not been able to get anybody out. There's already 3 across. 5-5 your score. First and second, 1 out. First pitch on the way to Arnaiz is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. 1-0. Brings it, swing and a miss. 1-1. 1-1 count. Flips it up there, inside, ball 2, 2-1. Semifinals on Friday, 3 p.m. right here on the BCR, and then the championship game is Saturday night. The 2-1, swing, chops it over to second. That's going to be a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play, but not before Panama ties it all up. It's 5-5. We go to the bottom of the third here in the Caribbean Series.
I'm mad. I have to go to work. I have to earn a living. I'd rather have a private income and get laid well and often.
Where do men find the audacity? I was in Walmart, okay, and I was shopping, and this man comes up to me and he said, "Your dress, it's giving butter churning vibes." But okay, just because you add vibes at the end of something don't mean it's any less insulting.
Audited? Why? What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
When your girlfriend asks who you're talking to on the phone, tell her a hooker. Be a man.
What's that?
Eye cream.
From where?
From Paris.
How did you pay for it?
One of my credit cards is still working.
Oh, you're charging things to your credit card. I see. And how are you going to pay for it?
I don't think you understand. I already have it.
I watched Dave Henderson hit his home run, and the Red Sox tack on another run in the top of the 10th.
And look at this bench.
And with the score 5-3, I went back into their clubhouse. They had put the cellophane over each of the lockers in anticipation of the champagne spray. They had built the little podium from which to do the post-game interviews. The cameras and the cable and the microphones were all in place. The World Championship trophy was on a stand covered by a piece of cloth. Frail Mrs. Yawkey had been led in there, and she was standing next to the trophy, along with Commissioner Uberoth. And they were watching with me on a little monitor as the Mets came up to bat in the bottom of the 10th.
5-5 your score. As we head to the bottom of the third, Dominican Republic's turn to try to put something on the scoreboard. We've had nothing but offense the last inning and a half. 2 in the second by Panama, 3 in the third by Panama, and 5 by the Dominican Republic in between in the bottom of the second. Meanwhile, back at the plate, righty-righty matchup, Lake, who's been red hot, swing and miss at the first pitch. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Misses down and away, 1-0. 1-1 count. Swing and a miss. Fastball looked more like a sinker. It's 1-2. Two in the dirt, 2-2. Two pitch swing, chops it over towards third. That'll be an easy 5-3, 1 down. Five runs, 8 hits, no errors for Panama. 5-5 and 1 error for the DR. First pitch is outside wide. Fastball, 91 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Christian Adames at the plate. 1 for 1 on the day. Takes the pitch outside wide. Called for a strike. They put a ball up on the screen, but it was called for a strike. It's 2-0. 1-1, excuse me. 1-1. Fouls it away, 1-2. So if you're following along at home, they've got 2-1 on the screen, but it is 1-2. I believe they've got it correct on the actual scoreboard we're showing. 5-5 your score, bottom of the third. Pitch. Outside wide. 2-2. Fuentes, the right-hander. 16 pitches into the game. The payoff pitch, swing, lifts it high and deep into left field, drifting back on the track, making the catch at the wall for a loud out number 2. F7 in your scorecard. Santos with the catch. 2 down. First pitch on the way is a slider. Inside for a strike. Rodriguez did not like it. Did look the touch inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 85 slider off the plate. 1-2. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. And he'll take a hack of it. Looked like he got a piece of it. The 1-2. inside. That got him in the arm, and he'll head on down to first. He'll gladly take that free base. It was a soft toss pitch on the inside track, and down 1-2 in the count. He'll head on down to first. Just kind of drifted in, lost a little bit control of that ball there. First pitch off the plate to start the at-bat for Frenchie Cordero. It's 1-0. Cordero 1 for 1 on the day, but he has had a nightmare out there in left field. Had a ball fall in front of him because he couldn't see it in the clouds, and then he juggled another ball that led to a run. A 1-0 swing and a miss, 1-1. Wind starting to pick up in the stadium, almost like a dust flying across the screen. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. The 1-2. Misses 2-2. 2-2 count. I'm still amazed Chris Bassett hasn't been signed by somebody. I would have thought someone by now would have grabbed him. 5-5 your score, 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the sinker on the outer edge, and that'll end the inning. So 5-5 your score. Good job by Panama, keeping Dominican Republic right where they're at. They'll try to add to the scoreboard when we return in a 5-5 tie.
I ain't lying. I might can't get 100 people no money, but I'll give them that horn, boy. I'll straight hit that bit like that. Where the car? Hit that bit like I'll straight holler out the window, boy. What's up, boy?
You're concerned that he isn't concerned that you're going to hell, and you feel that she's too bossy.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, oftentimes, in cases of interfaith marriages, couples have difficulty.
Whoa. No one's getting married here.
You aren't? No. Oh.
We're just, having a good time.
Oh. Well, then it's simple. You're both going to hell.
Boy, this is bogus, man.
I just heard someone say that when you were a kid growing up, if your couch in your living room was up against the wall, that you were poor, and if it was out in the open where you could walk behind it, you were rich. Like, that's how everyone knows if you're poor or rich or not. First off, I guess I've been poor my entire life. And second off, is this real?
You know, the first spring training I missed, boy, I had this feeling I should be doing something, working out, throwing. And it was really weird that that wasn't part of my life anymore. I always said that there's life after baseball. Even though you prepare yourself and you think you should be able to handle it, it's still a challenge, It took me 2 years not being a player to finally put it behind me.
He pitched 27 years. He's an Iron Man. Talk about donating your organs. Nolan should donate his right arm to the Cooperstown when he dies, because there's never been one like him.
Remember, there is someone out there for everyone. And for you, that person is a therapist.
Five to five your score. We head to the top of the fourth inning. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swung on. Chopped down the third base line. It's 0-1. Green now in, the right-hander for the DR. Burrows at the plate. Ryan Burrows. The 0-1, swing and a miss. Sinker. Outer edge of the plate, it's 0-2. Connor Green, the right-hander. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. 96 blew it inside. Right up in his hands. And there's one down. Looks like the DR has turned this over to a bullpen type game. The first pitch on the way, swings, slices it down the right side, and running over, making the catch in right field is Brito. F9 your scorecard, 2 down. 2 up, 2 down. That'll bring Ramos to the plate. Center fielder. Hit a home run his first time up, last time up, excuse me. 0-1. As that pitch hits the top of the zone. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. 5-5 your score. The 0-1 pitch, swing, lifts it high into center field, and that's going to be an easy F8. That's going to be a really easy inning for Connor Green and the Dominican Republic. They'll grab the bats when we return in a 5-5 tie. Seesaw affair here in Mexico.
Hi, we're up in the mountains and we need to be rescued. We're in between like 5 mountains with trees everywhere.
I came across this post and I thought it was interesting. Miami users spent $17.5 million on OnlyFans, placing the city at number 3 worldwide per capita. That's a lot of money to spend on people's naked pictures and videos and whatever else they're doing on that website. Here's some other statistics broken down by country. Mexico spent $291 million. Canada spent $355 million. Italy matched Canada at $355 million. And then we do a pretty big leap with the United Kingdom coming in at $531 million spent on OnlyFans. And if you thought that was impressive, the United States said, hold my beer. Apparently, the land of the free and home of the brave spent $2.64 billion on OnlyFans subscriptions in 2025.
Anybody on there surprise you, by numbers?
Well, Gaylord, he wasn't really a strikeout pitcher, but he pitched so long.
First, Bob Gibson didn't have more.
Mm-hmm.
The Baseball Hall of Fame is probably the most difficult sports club to enter. You think about the total number of people who've ever put on a Major League uniform, it's literally 1%, the best of the best, that end up here with their plaque on the wall in Cooperstown.
A fierce competitor and one of baseball's most intimidating figures. On the pitching mound, for 4 decades, his overpowering fastball and unappealing longevity produced 324 unparalleled longevity.
You want to start over?
No, that's great. That's great.
The BCR, home for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the greatest game that's ever been devised. Welcome back. Top of the 5th we go. First pitch swinging. De La Cruz will ground it over to second base. It'll be a 4-3 putout to start the bottom of the 4th. And a 5-5 tie between the Dominican Republic and Panama. If you're just joining us, Panama jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the second. The DR put 5 in the bottom of the second up. And Panama tied it up in the top of the third. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Panama. 5 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the DR. First pitch on the way, just off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Hernandez, who's 1 for 1, is now at the plate. Shadow's starting to creep across home plate as the 1-0 pitch is swung on and rolled down the first base line. Just foul. We'll do it again. Fornias is able to charge that. He's going to get the runner pretty easily, but it just kicked foul before it could get to the bag. First pitch down and in. Fastball looked like the two-seamer. After that rolling foul, it's 2-1. 2-1 count. Infield back into the right. The pitch just missed the outer edge. Ball 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Swing! That ball's hammered up the middle. That's going to get through for a base hit. Out to center field. 1-out single for the Dominican Republic. Here in the 4th inning in a 5-5 tie. The ball was scalded up the middle. Fuentes tried to get his green glove down and knock it down, but that ball went flying past him. Fuentes, one-time Washington National product. First pitch on the way to Nunez is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. 1 out. Infield, back into the right, double play depth. The Shadows creeping across home plate, just out in front of the dirt. 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses, ball 2-2. Quick powwow on the mound as Panama's Bethencourt goes out there to talk to Nunez, and they'll get a visit from the skipper out there. Probably just going over strategy. With the runner at first, they wouldn't be changing the signs yet. Crowd's starting to creep into the shadowed area. To see a much bigger crowd out there tonight. Everyone goes back to their positions. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way off of that conference call is a swing and a miss off the plate. It's 2-1. The 2-1. Nunez lifts his glove. He's going to flip it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. 5-5 tie here in the Caribbean Series, bottom of the fourth. In Mexico, Panama and the Dominican Republic. The 2-1 swing and a miss, 2-2. The 2-2. Down and in, ball 3, 3-2. Last thing he wants to do is walk that man putting the go-ahead run into scoring positions. He's going to have to buckle down here. The payoff pitch. Swing! Slaps it back foul. Do it again. On deck is Gonzalez. Brito in the hole. The payoff pitch. Swing. That ball's hammered into right field. That's through for a base hit. And throw comes into the infield. Kind of a bad hop. Runner will go first to third. He's actually going to come all the way around and score. So a defensive gaffe by Panama leads to the go-ahead run at 65. Running all the way. The moment that ball was juggled in the infield by Burrows, he just kept coming in. Kind of a lackadaisical throw and a lethargic attempt to get the ball. Lazy play by Panama leads to a one-run lead for the DR. First pitch on the way is inside for a strike curveball. It's 0-1. The runner at first stayed put, so 1 on, 1 out, a one-run game. I think we got we got a balk called here. So the runner's going to head up to second base. We've seen quite a few balks in this series already. Some of it has been the pitchers themselves, but the other thing is it appears that they're really trying to emphasize the balk rule, because a couple of them that we've seen so far in this series have been ticky-tack. That one really wasn't. He did about 3 pauses before he ended up going to home plate. Runner at second, 1 out, the 0-1. Down and away, 1 away. One count. Swing, pops it back foul into the stands. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Slider drifts inside, 2-2. Two count. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the pitch. Outside, wide, ball 3, 3-2. That one looked like it hit the side of the zone. Wind up the pitch. Swing, chops it down the third base line. We'll do it again. Full count, bottom of the fourth. DR leads Panama 6-5. Nunez on deck. The 3-2 pitch swung on. That ball's lifted into left field. That's down for a base hit. Another juggle out there in the outfield. And Santos' bobble will lead to a run. It's 7-5. DR takes a 2-run lead. Pitch was on the inner track, and he was able to just turn and keep it fair. And I don't know what's going on out there in the outfield today, but there's been some really dicey defense. I think we're going to get another pitching change. So we'll take a quick break. When we return, 7-5, the DR leads Panama. Bullpen doors open. Trying to stop the bleeding. We're back in a flash.
Babe, who is one person in the world that you would trust with one of your deepest, darkest secrets?
You.
Me?
Yes.
You trust me? That's amazing.
No, it's because you wouldn't be able to repeat it, because you wouldn't have been listening in the first place.
It's so rude.
So true.
Would you like something to drink?
I'll have a Coke.
Do you want that in the can?
No, I'll have it right here.
I've often been asked whether Walter Johnson was the greatest pitcher that ever lived. You look at the numbers. He was the greatest pitcher.
And we agree, for it's tough to argue with 417 wins, not to mention a record 110 shutouts.
One of the most impressive things that you have to look at Walter Johnson is the fact that he is a 3-time Triple Crown winner in terms of pitching.
And one of those seasons is considered by many to be the greatest single season any pitcher ever had. The numbers take your breath away.
After 1913, Johnson stood alone at the top of the heap.
Walter won the MVP award that year and won it again in 24. The Senators surprised everyone by winning the World Series. He led the majors in strikeouts a record 12 times, mystifying hitters at every turn.
Batters used to say a particularly deceptive thing about Walter Johnson's pitching was he made it look so easy.
Easy sidearm motion. It looks like picnic beer ball. Hey, I could hit against that.
And then the ball was by them.
And incredibly, he did all this with little more than a single pitch, a blazing fastball that earned him one of the all-time great nicknames.
The big train, Mr. Walter Johnson.
If you've ever stood right on a train platform as a train comes into the station, it's terrifying, it's incredible, and that's the way that fastball was.
Even the greatest hitter said you knew it was coming, knew it was going to be over the plate, and you still couldn't hit it.
For more than 50 years, Johnson was the only member of the 3,000 strikeout club. No question, he was the best.
Welcome back. New pitcher on. Gomez promptly flips it over to first to start the appearance here for Panama. DR leads Panama 7-5. We're in the fourth inning. Righty-lefty matchup. Gomez flips the red glove and pushes a strike up there on the inside track. It's on one. Swing and a miss. Runner goes, throw down to second base. Looks like he got him. Smoke him if you got him, because he got him. 2 down. Good throw down there by Bethencourt. Gonzalez was dead meat. That was on a off-speed pitch, tailing away. So not a great jump on that one. Bethencourt got it down to second base. Good throw. Ex-Atlanta Brave, ex-Oakland A, back when they were in Oakland. And that'll bring Brito to the plate. 2 outs. Back to the plate with 2 outs. The 1-2 pitch swung on, pops it up. And that ball's going to bounce off the third base dugout roof, and we'll do it again. Man, remember when Christian Bethencourt was supposed to be the end all that beats all? He was looked upon as the next heir apparent behind the plate. That predates Travis d'Arnaud days. The 1-2. Swing, slaps it foul down the line. We'll do it again. And all of a sudden, Contreras showed up. And some rookie that you like to call Drake Baldwin. The rest is history. Imagine how deep that catching room would be right now if we had Contreras and Baldwin. 1-2. Chops it off the plate. We'll do it again. One-two count. I'm just ready to see them sign somebody, at least one more veteran to that starting rotation. The 1-2. Swing, pops it up. Can of corn right by second base. The shortstop, Dennis, has it. And that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. Panama trails at 7-5. They'll grab the sticks when we return.
If you don't leave the TV on for your dog when you're not home, you.
You can't run around like a footless chicken.
Headless chicken, Your Majesty.
No. How's a chicken supposed to run around without a head?
How's it run around without feet?
I'm not the chicken. Why are you asking me all this question?
They have the top U.S. cities for OnlyFans spending per capita also. In Minneapolis, they spent about $337,000 per capita. Washington, D.C. was $353,000. Miami was $375,000. Orlando was $466,000. And Atlanta was number 1 at $525,000. Don't you just love statistics? Also, I noticed New York wasn't on this list. That's because in New York, we're fiscally responsible. We know to wait until the end of the month when that subscription goes on sale.
Say, don't let me be the one to tell you, YOLO, you only live once. Swing on the man. Swing!
His overpowering fastball and unparalleled longevity produced 324 victories and a host of major league records.
Lifetime benchmarks include 5,714 strikeouts.
I'm second to him in strikeouts, and he's got 1,000 more strikeouts than me.
Congratulations, Nolan, and welcome to Cooperstown.
Thank you. Thank you. This is indeed a special day, and I'm privileged to be here. It took me a while to realize what a gift that I'd been given. And when I finally did, I dedicated myself to be the best pitcher I possibly could be for as long as I possibly could be.
Welcome back. Seven to 5, Dominican Republic leads Panama. As we head to the top of the 5th inning, righty-lefty matchup, and the right-hander for the DR, Connor Green. Pitch out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Sinker misses. Ball 2-2-0. 2-0 count. Margot swings and lifts it into center field. Not very deep, well before the warning track. Camping underneath it is late for out number 1, F8 in your scorecard. On Thursday, February 19th, the day before our first spring training broadcast, we're going to be doing a spring training special. Me and a couple of the guys are getting together. We're going to talk about everything going on in the spring training, the different battles you'll see for not just the Braves, but everybody else. You got a Cincinnati Reds guy and a Boston Red Sox guy. They're going to be joining us as the 0-1 pitch. Swing. That ball is crushed high and deep. Good Lord. And helter-skelter, baby. We got ourselves a one-run game. What a shootout here in Mexico. Yes, sir. That was a no-doubter. A hanger, a banger. She gone. Santos clocks it over the wall, 398 happy feet, 101 miles an hour off the bat. Just like that, we got a one-run game. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Change up off the plate, it's 0-1. Pitch on the way, into the dirt, taken. The 1-2, sinker misses. 2-2. 2-2 count. 7-6 your score. DR leads Panama. We're here in the top of the 5th. The 2-2. Outside wide, ball 3-3-2. Payoff pitch from Connor Green, his 17th of the afternoon. Swing and a miss, strike 3, nasty slider. 2 down. That slider just kept dropping and dropping. Castillo could not catch up with it. Righty-righty matchup, first pitch swinging. Bethencourt chases one well out of the zone, rolls it foul. 0-1. The 0-1. As was, if you're talking about the Braves, they're expected to sign one more starting pitchers. The 0-1, swing and miss at 0-2. They just signed Martin Perez last week, but he's really more of a depth piece. They're still in the market for one of the top starting pitchers, but I was talking about this the other day. It really feels like that if they don't get the number they want, they may save that capital to try to go after a starting pitcher closer to the All-Star break. And sometimes it's much more important at that point because a lot of times your rotation's running on fumes. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. It's been a long time since the Braves have brought in a significant starting pitcher at the deadline that can really add a bolster to your offense. To your rotation. The 1-2, down and away, 2-2. Lucas Giolito and Chris Bassett are the two that they keep being rumored for a little bit. The 2-2, swing, pops it up, high in the sky, and that should end the inning. And yes, it will. F6 in your scorecard. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning, but it's a 1-run game after the solo shot that was clocked over the left field wall. It's 7-6 here in the Caribbean Series.
Once it's turned on, the sign will spell out Deli Cat Essen.
December 17th, Orville and Wilbur Wright achieved the first powered, manned flight at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in 1903, realizing a dream pursued by inventors and visionaries for centuries. From medieval sketches of flying machines to Da Vinci's designs and 19th century gliders, humanity had long aspired to conquer the skies. The Wright brothers, bicycle mechanics from Dayton, Ohio, shared a passion for flight and combined their mechanical expertise with relentless experimentation. They developed the Flyer 1, a wood and fabric biplane with a lightweight gasoline engine and handcrafted propellers. Choosing Kitty Hawk for its steady winds and soft sand dunes, the brothers took turns piloting their creation. At 10:35 a.m., Orville flew the first successful flight, lasting 12 seconds and covering 120 feet. They made 4 flights that day, the longest by Wilbur stretching 852 feet in 59 seconds. Though modest in scale, this groundbreaking achievement marked the dawn of aviation, forever changing transportation and the world's future.
Other great town names. Lititz.
Oh, it's Lidditz.
DD Megadoodoo.
Tell me your favorite team without telling me your favorite team, based on an opposing player or a team that broke your heart.
I thought his speech was great.
Thank you, Kansas City. Today concludes a long journey that has taken me from Southern California throughout America, and I stand humbly before you today in Cooperstown. It is such an honor to stand here and to be inducted with such good friends. I dreamt the same way Nolan did, and I dreamt the same way Robin did, and this is a dream come true.
The Hall of Fame, it's a fraternity like no other. It's like being in the clubhouse again. You just don't play the game.
Just won $1 million jackpot from a scratch-off where he bought the winning ticket.
Your scores, we head to the bottom of the 5th. DR's turn, 7 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Dominican Republic. Panama, 6 runs, 9 hits and an error. Feels like the teams whose outfield doesn't kick the ball around might end up winning this game. First pitch on the way is a slider up top for a ball. It's 1-0. Junior Lake, center fielder, back to the plate again. 1-0. That'll leave it up to count with the strike. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, chop foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. I don't know if y'all ever watched the show Sports Night, but I recently found it again. I remember watching it when it first came out. We're talking about not quite 30 years ago. Probably 98, 99 is when it was on. It was on for about 2 seasons. It was the 1-2 pitch, chopped over towards short, and it's going to hop over the infield, bouncing off the glove, and another should be an error. We'll put Junior Lake on the base paths. Here to start the bottom of the 5th. Should be an error on the shortstop, Dennis. Have to take another look at this real quick. The ball was a two hopper. Yeah, it just popped off his glove. Had some really high top spin. He did not play it well. They've yet to mark it down as a error on the board, but they're calling it a single. There's no way that's a single. Dang sure ain't a single in north of the border. That ball bounced a one hopper, and it hit the shortstop Dennis in a bad place right in the glove, and it trickled out to the outfield. Right now they have it as another single. Maybe that's why Lake's batting average is north of 700. First pitch down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. Adames the batter. Gomez on the bump. Anyways, that sports night, I've been catching it while I'm in the studio cutting new tracks and everything like that, is the 1-0 swing and a miss one. I forgot how well done that show was. I don't know why it didn't make it, but as a sports fan, especially a sports fan that was around in the 90s, I think you'd enjoy it because just so many references to what was going on back then. It had a pretty good cast as well. The 1-1. High and out of the zone. Runner goes. Throw this time down to second base. Will not get the runner. And Junior Lake has himself a stolen base. Bethencourt, who threw out the last runner, tried to steal on him. Could not get that one. Just a little bit off the mark. Dennis kept it going to the outfield. The 2-0 pitch, down and away, ball 3-0. So nobody out, a 3-0 count. Dennis got to buckle down here before this one gets away from him. The Republic 7, Panama 6. Pitch on the way, outside wide, ball 4. So he's unraveling right before our eyes. I wonder if they'll get the bullpen going here. They do have deep rosters on both sides, 30 guys on each roster. About a little over half of that is the bullpen. Righty-righty matchup, first and second, nobody out. Rodriguez, the batter. First pitch on the way, runners go, and that's going to be another stolen base by Lake. And they got runners on the corners and nobody out. They were not holding him at all down at second base. He decided to take off and looked like he was shot out of a cannon there. By about the time Bethencourt stood up, he was sliding into third. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Quick mound visit once again. That's what drags these games here in this league so long, is they have so many mound visits. It doesn't appear that there's any kind of a, here comes the pitch on the way, and it is chopped over to first. He's going to come home with it. The throw is a little bit up the line and a head first slide, and the Dominican Republic scores another run. They call him safe. Bethencourt wants a challenge on the play, so we'll see if anything happens there. It was a really close play. From the naked eye, it looked like that he was safe. I have to get a better look than what I've seen so far. The replay they're showing is behind the play. You really need one overhead, and if they don't have that, and I don't think they do, I think he's going to be safe. Bethencourt believes that he got him, but looks like they are going to take a look at this. See a definitive replay that shows you that they could overturn this. And here comes the call, and they do call him safe, so it is 8-6. It just didn't look like there was any chance that was going to get overturned. Lake with good speed had a good head first slide coming to home. And though he may have gotten him, I don't even think he got him. It looked like that the tag that was applied was well after the left hand crossed the plate. So there goes one of their challenges. And it's back to a 2-run lead for the DR. First and second, nobody out. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. Drop change for a strike. It's all one. The 0-1. Swing. Bangs it foul towards first base. 1-2. Franchi Cordero, the batter. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Trying to make up for those defensive gaffes out in left field earlier. The 0-2. Down and away. 1-2. Trying to get him to chase. They still have not changed the scoreboard, so they're going to give Lake that base hit there. It is definitely should be an error. And Dennis, the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the sinker off the plate. 1 away. Good pitch there. First game of the regular season here on the BCR will be Giants versus Yankees Wednesday night before opening day. The pitch on the way. And here comes the runner down to try to steal third, and it looks like he's going to get in. And it's a double steal, and they got runners at second and third and 1 out. So 1-1 count, second and third, 1 out. Eight to 6 your score. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, 2-1. The 2-1, chops it over to first, and that is down the line. That's going to go off the glove, off the foot of the first baseman, Arnaiz, and they have not updated the scoreboard, and the cameras are a little goofy, but it looks like a run did come home. There it is, 9-6. I was about to say, I don't see how the guy at third did not score. So you'll have runners on the corners and one out. These folks running the ESPN and MLB scoreboards are making FanDuel look like champs. The ball actually was scalded off the base, and the first baseman, Arnaiz, was trying to scoop it. It went under his glove, banged off the base into the air like a rainbow, and then dropped in between first and second. First pitch on the way to Hernandez is 2 for 2. Swing and a miss at a strike. It's 0-1. If you're looking at your score bug at home, they've got guys on. They have just the runner at third and one out, but there are runners on the corners. I can verify that from what I'm looking at on my digital, but I just saw a camera pan over, and there's a guy literally standing at first. The 1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. I thought maybe something had happened when he got called out, but they just haven't figured it out. So a 1-2 count. Almost wondering whoever's running that board for ESPN and MLB, if they're not even in the stadium, if they're sitting in a control room somewhere. The 1-2, swing, slaps it down the left field line. That's going to be extra bases. One run will score. It's 10-6. And here comes the throw into the infield. And that is going to make it 10-6 with runners at second and third and still one out. Hard hit ball down the left field line. The runner at third easily came home to score. They have got the Dominican Republic. I wasn't 100% sure yet, but they have got as their bat boy, a midget who's got to be easily 100 pounds overweight. When he runs out there to get the bat, it is like the slowest. I mean, it looks like a really bad Saturday night skit. Or remember when what was his name, Dorf, when on the Carol Burnett show? It looks like that. I mean, it's the most comical thing. I wasn't 100% sure what was going on. Anyways, we'll be back in a flash. Another pitching change, 10-6 your score.
Not a single person with diarrhea has the strength to open a packet of a million. Fix the damn packaging.
My stuttering uncle passed away in prison. That never finished his sentence.
I have a fear of the word which is spelt A-A-G-H exclamation mark. That word. Why don't you tell me a bit about yourselves? Starting with you.
Hi everyone, my name's Jim, and I have a fear of apologies.
Sorry? Ah! Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm a grown man, but call my wife, because I don't know nothing. Don't ask me silly life questions.
Somebody looked at me today, you know what I mean? I only see them at work. They saw me outside of work and said, damn, you ugly as hell without your safety glasses. Boy, I laughed, but I was hurt. I was hurt, man, because they called me off guard. Like, damn, what? Can I get a what up, bro? You went straight to an insult. I ain't got no joke for that, man. My feelings is tore apart. You don't go for that right away, bro. You don't just call me ugly. You don't know what I deal with. You don't know what I've been through in life, man. I could have just barely been making it. You just gonna call me ugly? It's your first time seeing me outside the workplace. Tight, man, it hurt, man. It hurt real, and I don't even think I'm that ugly. You know what I mean? Hell, man, bro.
For Nolan to pitch 27 years in the major leagues, it takes so much work behind the scenes, ups and downs inside your mind and your heart and your body. to go out there and do it time and time again.
I'd like to say thank you to the guys that I've faced over my career. I can honestly say that I'm enjoying seeing them now more than I ever have, and I really didn't particularly care for them when they had their uniforms on.
First time I really got to know Nolan was when we both went in the Hall of Fame that year. And guess what? I was still intimidated. I didn't have to face him. I was nervous being around him.
Welcome back. 11-6 the score now as the ball gets away to start off for Silva. There's a pitch in the dirt and the ball gets away. So 11-6 your score. And got a runner at third now with one out. Silva comes out of the pen. The first thing he does is he throws one in the dirt, rolls back to the backstop. The 1-0 pitch is outside wide, ball 2-2. 2-0 count. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Nasty off-speed pitch. Pulled the string on that one. He was about a week out in front on that swing. Seems like a big lead, but these two teams have been putting some runs up today. The 2-1 swing, lifts it into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and they'll double up Panama. It's 12-6. It's a softly hit ball off the end of the bat. They're hitting them where they ain't. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Slider, inside track. 1-1 count. DR 12, Panama 6. Pitch is inside. 3-1. Pitch, swing, bangs it over towards third. It's going to be a 5-4. Slow developing play, so they'll just get the force out at second base, and the batter will be safe on a fielder's choice. Man, they keep showing that midget, man. I mean, he is easily 100 pounds overweight. And when you're that short, it really, I mean, it's comical. Because when he walks back and forth from the dugout to home plate, he swings his arms. It's like something Bill Veck would have pulled. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. 1-1 count. 12-6 your score. DR leads Panama. We're in the 5th inning. I don't remember seeing him the last game, but he may have been there. They just weren't focusing on him. Pitches outside wide. Ball 2-2. Brito trying to work his way aboard. 2 outs, 1 at first. The 2-1 slider Ball 3-1. Home plate umpire really pinching the zone right now. The 3-1. Nowhere near the zone, ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. First and second, 2 outs. Righty-righty matchup as Blake comes to the plate. First pitch swinging, lifts it into center field, and underneath it is Ramos, and that'll end the bleeding. But not before the DR taking 12-6 lead. We go to the top of the 6th. Panama going to try to get back in it when we return.
I remember sitting in class one day with my fellow students. Somebody said out loud, and it was so profound, I just had to take it all in. They said, bro, one thing about life, you can fart out of shit, but you can't out of fart. It was only about 3 or 4 of us in that class, and at that moment, I knew why. We got that tism, because that was deep to me. You hear me?
I didn't throw real hard, but I had a lot of junk. Kind of a local, high school baseball hero, I guess you'd say. And when I was a senior, my record was 8-1, led the league in strikeouts, that kind of thing. And somebody saw me from the Royals organization, said, you need to come to our camp. And I was there about a half an hour before I got my collarbone broken. And I was standing over behind the first base coach's box talking to a guy, and they were taking some infield practice, and the third baseman threw over to first base. First baseman wasn't looking, hit me right in that collarbone.
And to play as long as I did and to have a family, you have to be very blessed. And I was with my wife, Ruth, and my 3 fine children, Reed, Reese, and Wendy. Baseball life's a tough life on your family. And to be able to play as long as I did and have the support that I had from my family, I can't tell you how much that means to me.
We would be here all day if I had to list all the ways that my dad's made a difference in my life. Just the example of the kind of human being I want to be and I want my children to be. I'm extremely lucky.
I may be gone, but I won't forget you. And I appreciate all those times that you supported me over the 27 years that I played in my family. Thank you.
Real quick, British people, why do y'all still wear wigs in court? And how do we get you to stop?
Your score. Top of the 6th we go. Carlos Teller, the left-hander, coming on for the Dominican Republic as he nurses a 6-run lead. Lefty-lefty matchup, open stance for Rodriguez. And the first pitch right there is a fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Flings it up there, and the ball is swung on, and that ball's going to get dropped into center field, and that's down for a base hit. So just like that, Panama's got something working. Not a hard hit ball, but just dropped it over the infield defense and in front of the center fielder Lake out there. Lefty-righty matchup. Pitch on the way to Arnaiz is down below the knees. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing, lifts it, left field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit. They'll have runners at first and second, nobody out to start the 6th inning. Arnaiz comes out of the pen and quickly gives up 2 base hits. The 6-run lead, they have a little bit of breathing room where they don't have to run to the pen, but you wonder how long they'll let this go. Coming to the plate now is Wright. And he is pinch hitting for Ryan Burroughs. So they'll get a lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Joshua Wright. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Infield playing double play depth. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? They checked down the line. He did not. 1-1. One count. Swing and a miss. Fastball. About let her high over the plate. 1-2. Lulled him to sleep with those off-speed pitches, and that 90-mile-an-hour fastball jumped on top of him. DR 12, Panama 6, top of the 6th, nobody out, 2-on. Teller's going to step off the rubber and look his way over to second base, though he'll hold on to the ball. The 1-2. Inside, 2-2. 2-2 count. The 2-2 pitch. Sinker misses. Ball 3-2. So a full count now. Danger of loading the bases here. The payoff pitch. Inside, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Bases loaded, ducks all over the pond. One swing could turn this into a 2-run game. Mound visit. As Teller has thrown 10 pitches and not recorded an out yet. Let's see if they're going to go to the, yep, they're going to go to the pen. We'll take that break with them. He clapped his hands like he wanted the ball. He's staying on the mound, so maybe he's not. That's odd. Typically, when the manager pops his hands like that, he wants the ball, it means you're gone. But they're going to let him stay in. (12-6) your score. Dominican Republic leads Panama, but the bases are loaded for Panama and there's nobody out. Dennis is due up, the shortstop. He is the number 9 hitter, so top of the order due up. Ramos stands on deck. Here's the first pitch. Swing. Slices it foul down the right field line. It's a 1. Just misses the track. 1-1. 1-1 count. Fires. Swing! That ball's lifted into left field. That ball's going to get down, and it's off the glove of Cordero once again. 1 run will score. It's 12-7 coming around and scoring as well. 2 runs will score. It's 12-8. We've got ourselves a brand new ball game. Cordero has kicked the ball all over the field. Unbelievable. Lifts it into left field, and it was an easy play. It pops out of the glove of Cordero. Yeah, you got a few of those, Charlie, especially on the Mexican team. Mexico has 2 teams here, but you'll notice a lot of players that are from the United States because they come down, guys that don't make it in the major leagues, they come down from California and whatnot, and they will extend their career by playing in the Mexican League, but they play all over. I mean, you've got American players playing in Japan and Korea. Most of these leagues have some kind of a rule. I'm not familiar with the rules in Panama and Dominican as far as how many Americans you can have, but normally they have a rule that you can only have X amount of players. And it looks like they are going to finally come get the ball from Teller. He threw 13 pitches, gave up 2 runs, did not record a single out. We'll be back in a flash. 4-run game, runners at second and third, and nobody out.
And one more thing, I seen a grown man switch his team. You cannot switch your football team. Once you get past the age of 11, you grown. Ain't no more team switching. That's it. Who you choose is who you stuck with. If you decided to be a fan of one team all your life, that is it. Before 11, you can switch up whoever you want, but after 11, that's it. That's your team, ride or die. You got to quit the sport after that. No more watching it.
Turns out that the majority of homeownership is hearing a weird sound in your house and hoping that it's ghosts coming to haunt your family and not something you're going to end up having to pay to fix.
Join the country club today. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
You save your dog before you saved a human. I'd save someone else's dog before I saved a human. What have dogs done? Nothing besides bring us happiness. Humans on the others, whew.
You know, when you look at the great closers of Major League Baseball, they come in 2 categories. The guys who could just kind of outcraft you, or the guys that just scare the living daylights out of you.
Strike 3, that's the ball game.
Lee Smith was one of those type of players.
Lee's intimidating presence on the mound made him the all-time saves leader from 1993 through 2005.
This was one of the biggest men in all of baseball, and yet he took his time getting to the mound. He wanted everybody to know that this game was over, that Lee Smith was about to take the mound.
Struck him out. He threw it right by him.
A 7-time All-Star, Smith had 10 seasons with 30 or more saves, the 3rd most ever.
It was fun to watch.
Lee Smith records save number 477 a lifetime.
Welcome back. $12 to 8 your score. I mean, this has been a seesaw back and forth. Gunfight at the OK Corral. Dominican Republic leads Panama by 4, but Panama has 2 on, nobody out. We're here in the top of the 6th. And the top of the order here for Panama. As the Van Halens dig in. Ramos the batter, Carrasco. Pitcher, righty-righty matchup. Fires a 4-seamer in there on his hands. That's a 1. Swing, rips it down the third base line. Good snag over there at third. Here comes the throw to first, and it's going to be a 5-3 putout. Bang, bang play. Hernandez to Adames. Good defensive dive over there by Hernandez. He doesn't get that. That's going to be 2 runs for sure. The runners had to stay put. The runner at third goes on contact. He probably scores, because you're probably not going to risk the throw to home. But you can understand why he stayed where he stayed. That ball was smoked. Circle that play for later, because that could be the reason why the Dominican Republic holds on here. That'll bring Johan Camargo, ex-Atlanta Brave, to the plate. First pitch on the way. Slider up top, about chest high for a strike. It's a 1. Camargo, 1 for 3 on the day. A single, a couple of flyouts. Infield still playing back, willing to give up a run at third. Trade it for an out. The 0-1. Swing, hits it up the middle off the foot of the pitcher, but it's going to bounce to the shortstop. So it's going to be a 1-6-3 putout. The run does come home to score, and it's 12-9. Runner at second goes to third, but it's a 3-run ball game, so they've cut this lead in half. Still a lot of baseball to go. Hard hit ball. They were fortunate that when it ricocheted off the pitcher, that it went right to the defender. Usually that ends up spelling disaster. Righty-righty matchup. Carrasco fires a high pitch to Santos, high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Santos, 2 for 3 on the day. Johnny Santos, a home run, a double, a couple of RBIs. 1-0 swing, whistles it back to the backstop. It's 1-1. One count. Down and away, 2-0. Tell you something else I've been watching during this offseason. I'll tell you what, it's not too shabby. It's on Netflix. Older cop show is the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, slider off the plate, 2-2. It's called Southland. And I remember when it was on, but I never caught it. During those days when I was working late nights, when I was off, we were usually out at the bars. The 2-2. Outside, wide ball, 3-2. Carrasco wanted the strike. He was heading to the dugout. It's a really good show. Surprised it didn't last longer than it did. They said it was canceled eventually by poor ratings, but they put it on TNT. Who the hell was watching TNT 15 years ago? The 3-2, outside, wide ball, 4. So he'll head on down to first. Runners on the corners. 2 outs, and 1 swing could tie this puppy up. Can you believe it? that feel like one of the FX shows, like The Shield or something like that, if you ever watched The Shield or any of those shows, or like Sons of Anarchy. It's got that gritty type of feel to it. First pitch on the way is a fastball right there on the outer track. I had to look it up to see, like, when was this at? Because I remember it being on. And it actually started on NBC, and they moved it to TNT because they're the same parent company. The 0-1. And down and in, 1-1. Runner goes, and the throw's going to come up to second base. A one-hopper. The defender, the shortstop, just stood there, did not cover the bag. And so you'll have a runner at second and third now, and a single could make this a one-run game. I don't know why he was not covering the bag. And as poorly as that was played, they're lucky they didn't put the double steal on. 1-1. Kicks and fires. Inside, that ball get him. It looked like it did. It did. And that's going to load the bases. So he'll head on down to first. And now, all kinds of drama. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Ducks all over the pond. And one swing could change this game in a hurry. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Carrasco, 13 pitches in. Another mound visit. I mean, they must have absolutely no rules on how many visits you can have. They're going out there in between every pitch. Major League Baseball, they've cut it down to a total of 5 mound visits per game. DR had used 5 mound visits before the end of the 3rd inning. There's the left-hander warming up in the pen. Now, making a pitching change does not constitute a mound visit. But in Major League Baseball, they got rid of the idea that you could go out there once an inning and talk to your pitcher, because it just slows down the game. That was a live report from NASCAR. 12-6 your score, bases juiced. And coming to the plate is Bethencourt. First pitch on the way. Right there for a strike, slider. Belt high on the inner track, it's 0-1. Swing, rips it to right field. That ball's down for a base hit, and it's going to get behind the defender. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score. It's 12-10. 2 runs will score. It's 12-11. Here comes a 3rd run. It'll score, and it is 12-12. I do believe Bethencourt is standing on 3rd. We've got a tie ball game. Holy Toledo! Holy nightmare for the Dominican Republic. Holy cow! Brito fell down out there in right field. Taking another look at it, Bethencourt, the ex-Atlanta Braves, sliced it down the line, and the ball drops in, and he tried to make a hero play, sliding into it instead of just knocking it down, and he did not come up with it, and it cleared the bases. That'll be a clean hit. It'll be an RBI triple. He did not make contact with the ball. And man, oh man alive, we've got ourselves a whole new game. Wow. 12-12 your score. And I believe we're going to get yet another pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. Don't go anywhere. Locked up in a tight one here in Mago.
Now, you just need to leave because I know you all don't have a warrant and you're not searching us again. So that's... Mom! The feds are here!
Sir, I'm just here to deliver a
package. The feds are here!
That Southern accent everyone jokes about, it's actually Scottish because it never evolved. When Scots crossed the Atlantic in the 1600s and 1700s, they didn't just bring tools and names, they brought their voices. Most settled in isolated places, Appalachia, the Carolinas, the deep backcountry South. And that isolation did something wild. While accents in Britain kept changing under London influence, Southern American Scots stayed put, cut off from trends, courts, and correction. Their speech froze in time. That's why Southern and Appalachian English still have hard R sounds, flattened vowels, and rhythms straight from lowland Scotland. Words like afeard, poke, reckon, yonder, all straight out of Old Scots speech. So when people mock Southern accents as incorrect, they're actually hearing something older. Older than modern British English. Older than received pronunciation. You're not mispronouncing English. You're preserving it. In parts of the American South, the sound of Scotland survived better than it did in Scotland itself. And once you hear it, you'll never unhear it again.
We had certain lions in the league, and there was a lot of lambs. Nolan was a lion.
When the books are written, Nolan's going to be up there with all the greats. There's not ever going to be another Nolan Ryan.
The many records that Nolan Ryan has, the 7 no-hitters is never going to be broken.
The man has more strikeouts than anybody will ever have in the history of the game. Nobody's ever going to break it. No chance.
He's struck out 5,700 plus hitters. I'm not one of them. And the only reason that is I've never faced him.
His legacy will be that he had a God-given talent and he worked hard at his talent. I'm really proud of that, but I'm just so proud of him as a person. I guess I'm just his biggest fan.
Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup. 12-12 your score. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss up top. It's 1. Saturday, February 28th, 1 p.m., Braves versus Orioles. That's our first scheduled game in the spring training, but we're just waiting to see if anybody else carries. The 0-1 chopped over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 putout, and that will end the inning. But not before Panama puts a touchdown on the board. They didn't get the extra point, but they tie it up. It's 12-12. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR.
Burn the witch! I know a spell to summon big booty Latinas. Release the witch!
Gloomy, dreary day here at Wrigley. Curveball, see you later. Second strikeout for Gooden, and it came in a big time. Swing and a miss, he got him. And for Gooden, strikeout number 3. Right. Swing and a miss, he gets Hatcher on the fastball. Fourth strikeout. Well, he goes down on strikes here.
Fastball struck him out. So Gooden gets his 6th strikeout. He had struck out in 1966.
Breaking ball and a ground ball to third. Johnson will go to second, and the Mets win it 3-0. Dwight Gooden is now 23-4. He wins his 23rd game by picking up his 15th complete game and 8th shutout of the year, and his ERA drops to a league-leading 1.51.
Apart from life is short, what other lines do you use right before you make a bad decision?
As hard as it is to take responsibility, there's really only one place you can point your finger, only one entity to shoulder the blame, and that's everyone but me.
Everything about Nolan Ryan is rather mythical, and I think always will be. Long after us, it'll still be mythical.
I guess it was kind of like I was born to be a pitcher.
Now, you didn't really think we'd leave out the 7th no-hitter, did you? Here's to one hell of a run, Big Tex.
And I promise you this, above all else, I'm going to be more obnoxious, more overbearing, and I'm going to make you all learn to love it.
Welcome back. We just come off a 6-run inning by Panama. It's 12-12. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and the Dominican Republic will take their turns. This over-under, by the way, was 7.5. That cleared by a long shot. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Cutter misses up top. It's 1-0. Silva back out on the bump. Adames at the plate. Slider just misses inside. Not sure about that one. 2-0. 2-0 count. Right there on the inner track up top. 2-1. Pitch misses. Ball 3, 3-1. So after getting 6 runs for Silva, he's running into trouble. That long delay on the bench. The 3-1 pitch swing chops it over towards first, but foul. Panama would love a shutdown inning here. Get back to the bats. The elimination does not start until Friday. This is for seeding because it does look like both the Dominican and Panama are headed to the next round as the payoff pitch misses inside, ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. Lead runner start the inning. The way this is going, if you're at the plate, you're in scoring position. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Slow. They're calling it a slider. Looked more like a slow curve or a slurve maybe. It's a 1. 73 miles an hour. 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Can of corn, foul territory, third base side, underneath it. Making the catch over there is Johan Camargo. 1 down. It's weird seeing him after so many years because he's actually filled out to a normal sized adult. Remember when he was a Brave, he was a little guy. He looked like a little leaguer when he was with Atlanta when he first came up. First pitch on the way. They're going to check down the line, see if he went around. He did not. That's what I know. Righty-lefty matchup. Cordero. The battery's 2 for 4 with the home run, but he's also played horrific defense. 1-0. Lifted. High and deep in the left field. Is that going to stay in play? It's going to be... Looks like that's going to be another home run. So he can't catch worth a lick, but he sure can hit. It's going to be a 2-run shot, and it's 14-12, the Dominican Republic. Really more like a cement mixer, curveball. Parked that over the left field wall. How far did it fly? 369 feet. 99 miles an hour off the bat. And the DR's got a 2-1 lead. First pitch on the way is outside for a ball, 1-0. Kicks and fires to Diaz, misses ball 2-2. 2-0 count. Fastball, misses ball 3-3. Silva appears to be rattled after giving up that 2-run shot, coughing up the lead once again. The 2-1. Right down the pipe. Calling that a fastball, 86 miles an hour. If you say so, 2-2. 2-2, swing, lifts it into right center field. That ball's going to get down for a base hit over the wall. That's going to be a ground rule double. So runner at second now with one out. Ground rule double. And Silva continues to get pounded. DR 14, Panama 12. 12 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Panama. 14 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors for the Dominican Republic. There's about 3 errors that have been left out there on the board that should have been called. Total, we've got 3 errors in this game. There's at least been 6. And that's going to do it for Silva. He's finally going to go head to the dugout, head to the showers. They had to get him out of there. Starting to look bleak.
Thank God. I was going to take his belt. I want to find him hanging in the shower.
I have never seen an alcohol company using a drunk person for any advertisement. Are they ashamed of their customers?
So I'm sure we've heard somebody's parents tell their child that because they took care of them when they was younger, they ought to take care of them when they get older, which logically that makes sense, and I can understand that. But when I get all old and senile and decrepit and can't keep my drawers by myself, put my ass in a nursing home.
Why do you guys think that calling us pretty or complimenting like our physical looks by saying like we're pretty, beautiful, whatever, is a compliment?
Because that's the definition of a compliment. It's a great question, though.
That's not a compliment anymore. That's just like a blatant fact.
Well, by that logic, can I call you a
Best starting southpaws since 1901. So here we go with the top 9 left-handed starters. Number 9, Philadelphia's Eddie Plank applied his craft in the early 20th century.
Plank was a dominating left-handed pitcher, certainly a very large part of the success of the Athletics under Connie Mack for a number of years.
Plank won close to 300 games for the powerful A's from 1901 through 1914.
He did not have lightning speed. He did not have a fast-breaking curveball. He didn't strike out that many men. He was the original crafty left-hander.
That durability was his trademark.
Gettysburg Eddie won 20 or more games 8 times in his career.
On the mound, he had this very strange, dramatic personality.
Fidgeting on the mound and taking his time that was so annoying to batters that it may have contributed to Plank's effectiveness.
Plank retired with the most wins and shutouts of any left-handed pitcher. Shutout mark still stands today.
Drank a whole lot of whiskey, chase a lot of women, become a legend, and die.
Welcome back. 14-12 your score. First pitch swinging, pops up, can of corn. Dennis, the shortstop, fighting it in the sun. He'll make the catch, and there's 2 down. Saldana, the right-hander, coming in as the top of the order rolls over for the Dominican Republic. DR 14, Panama 12, bottom of the 6th inning. Righty-lefty matchup. Nunez, the leadoff hitter for the Dominican Republic, takes one down into the dirt. It's one out. Outside, wide, ball 2-2. Saldana trying to keep the score right here. A 2-run game, still 3 more innings, so they got a chance to crawl back into this one. It has been a seesaw affair, up and down, back and forth. The 2-0 right there, P at the knees on the outer edge, 2-1. 2 runs in the second by Panama, 5 in the bottom of the second by the DR, 3 in the top by Panama to tie the game, 2 in the fourth by the DR, 1 run in the fifth by Panama to make it 7-6. The 2-1 down and away, ball 3-3. Then the Dominican Republic exploded for 5 runs, making it at 12-6. Panama, in the next half inning, top of the 6th, promptly hung 6 on the board. Their 6-pack tied it up, and then a 2-run shot moments ago made it 14-12. The 3-1 outside wide, ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. First and second, 2 outs. First pitch on the way is outside wide to Gonzalez. It's 1-0. Slider missing in the zone. Comes set. Brings it in the dirt. 1-1. Or 2-0, excuse me. Two-0 count. Righty-righty matchup. The 2-0 swing, fouls it back. Do it one more time. The 2-1 pitch, swing, slices it towards the right field stands. It'll bounce out of play. Over there by the tent. Near the restrooms, 2-2. Deuces wild, 2 on, 2 outs. A 2-2 count. The DR leads by 2. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Comes set. Outside wide, ball 3-2. So in danger of loading the bases. Looking in. Kicks in, spins towards second base, holds on to the ball, but chasing the runner back. Next broadcast will be Friday, 3 p.m. First game of the semifinals here at the Caribbean Series. Championship is Saturday night at 8. The 3-2, slice that towards the right field side once again, and it'll bounce foul. A lot of room here. Talked about that before, but a lot of room in foul territory at this stadium. Darn near rivals the old Oakland Coliseum. The 3-2. Caught looking strike three. Punched him out on the outside track. Looked like the slider, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Dominican Republic puts two more on the board. We'll be back in a flash. Here in Mexico, Panama grabs the sticks, and we return.
Change doesn't just happen. It is forged by empowered women like me and Norma Ray and the lady from The Blind Side. You know what the difference is between me and her? Blind Side's family had her back.
Okay, huddle up, everybody. Your mother's right. She's the quarterback of this family, and we need to protect her like Blindside did.
She just said the mom was Blindside.
Well, she's confused. Blindside was the black kid who played tight end.
Offensive line.
Sorry, African-American kid.
Join the country club today. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops, members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
Hey, I don't know who needs to hear this, but you should probably throw away that unopened bag of salad mix that's been sitting in your fridge for about 3 weeks.
I think there's comfort in continuity. So many things in our country have changed drastically, as they must over the years and over the decades. Violent disruptions. And although baseball has changed, its essence remains the same. It's one of the enduring institutions in our country, and I think we take some comfort from that.
Almost against my will, I got back to Fenway Park. Somehow it felt disloyal to the Brooklyn Dodgers, but it seemed crazy to let this love affair go on the rest of my life and never enjoy another team. So reluctantly, in about '67, a perfect time, I started going back to Fenway Park. And then that whole season took place, and it was such a miracle at first that they had been in 9th place the year before, and they had this impossible dream of a year, that at first I didn't see the similarities between the Red Sox and the Brooklyn Dodgers. I thought I found a winner, finally. But then the similarities set in.
$14 to 12. Yes, this is baseball. So we head to the top of the 7th inning. Lefty-righty matchup. Hernandez kicks and fires. First pitch outside wide. It's 1-0. Misses ball 2-2. 2-0 count. Flips a slider up top, called for a strike, 2-1. The 2-0. Swing, slices it towards right field. That's going to get down for a base hit and a leadoff runner on. And a punch bunt towards the second base side, off the hand, barehanded attempt by the second baseman. Burrows, and it kicks off his hand, and that's going to be, should be an E4. Though they've been very generous on not giving errors, so maybe an infield single. Nonetheless, it's first and second, and nobody out. Ball goes off the hand of right, and they do give Nunez. Off the hand of Nunez. They did give it as a single. Tying run at first. Here's the first pitch. They'll throw another bunt up there, but misses it all the way. Slider inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Dennis, the batter. Austin Dennis squares around one more time. And he'll drop a pretty good bunt there. It's going to be a tough pickup, so they'll flip it at first, get Dennis out by a mile, and the runners from first and second move to second and third. Second and third. Dennis, the number 9 hitter, knew his assignment. And now a single can tie this game once again. Lefty-righty matchup. Ramos, the batter, the first pitch. Right down the pipe, sinker for a strike. It's a home run. Right at second, Arnaiz at third. Infield is playing back, willing to give up the 1 run to preserve the lead. 14-12 your score. The 0-1 inside. 1-1. 1-1 count. Brings it. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Yeah, this game started at 3 o'clock, as was you're asking. A lot of it is the just unlimited mound visits that they give them. 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. Of course, you got the high-scoring games as well, so that's added to it, and they've had a ton of pitching changes. 5 pitchers for Panama. The Dominican Republic has had now 6. One-two count. Pitch on the way. Swing, chops it over to second. That will score a run, a 4-3 putout, and it's a 1-run game. So 14-13 your score. Dominican Republic with the lead. Lefty-righty matchup. Camargo up again. I mean, it felt like I could have sworn he was just mad. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Camargo, his last time up. Grounded out to short. 1-1. Swing, laced it over towards left field. That's down for a base hit. That's going to score a run. That's going to tie the game. 14-14. And Camargo ties it up. 2 for 5 on the day now with 2 RBI. What a ball game. 14 runs, 16 hits, 1 error for Panama. 14-14 and 2 errors for the Dominican Republic. The only one without a base hit today was Burrows. They pinch hit for him. Remember last time Upton Wright came in. As far as the Dominican Republic, Brito and Rodriguez both have not gotten a base hit. And we're going to get another pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. Hernandez spits the bit. Here comes another bullpen. 14-14 here in the Caribbean Series.
Give me a phrase that somebody born after the year 2000 wouldn't understand.
Is it in the white pages or yellow pages?
You gotta put it on channel 3.
Please don't text me. It costs me a dime every time.
Really took me off her top 8. Like, after everything we've been through, she's just gonna remove me from her top 8. Like we weren't ever friends. Like,
get off the internet. I need to call your grandmother.
Smoking or non-smoking?
What time is the movie? I don't know. Let's call and ask.
Oh, no, if it's not working, you've just got to blow on it, right? Yeah, no. Pull it out, turn it upside down, and then just jam it back in there. That'll work.
The Cowboys are headed to the Super Bowl. Can't really think of a phrase, but I can think of a noise.
Armchair.
Boston reliever Calvin Schiraldi needed just 3 outs to win the game. Veteran first baseman Bill Buckner, hobbled by leg injuries all year, was often replaced in late innings with a younger player. This time, manager John McNamara kept him in the game.
And the Mets are down to their last out.
I remember I was standing there thinking to myself, this is going to be the first ever interview in the wake of a Red Sox championship. There was no radio in 1918. There was no television, obviously. This is the first recorded moment after the Red Sox have won a world championship. So I'm thinking, how should that be summed up? What do you say to Mrs. Yawkey? What do you say to McNamara? What do you say to Boggs and Rice and Seaver and whomever else?
And Roger Clemens hoping for that last out. Lined into left field, base hit for Carter, and the Mets are still alive.
Welcome back. 14-14 your score. First pitch on the way. Slider up top. For a strike, it's 0-1. Luis Frias is back out there. He's on the bump for former Cleveland Guardian, excuse me. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Seesaw affair that started over 3 hours ago. We're in the 7th inning. We're 1 out away from the 7th inning stretch. The 0-2. Outside wide, 1-2. Set. Pitch on the way. Swing. Fouls it back. Slaps against the screen behind home plate. 1-2. One-two count. Pops that back foul. Runner at first, 2 outs, righty-righty. The pitch. Swing! That ball's laced over towards the left side of the infield, off the glove of the third baseman. Grabbing the ricochet is Gonzalez at short, so it'll be a 5-6-3 inning-ending out. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch. Good God Almighty, we got ourselves a ball game.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball game. Hey, me out to the night. Find me some peanuts, Cracker Jack.
Welcome back. $14-14 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Yes, you heard that right. First pitch on the way. DeBrito's 0 for 3, takes it for a ball. It's 1-0. Saldana out there for another inning of work. Righty-lefty matchup. 1-0. Swatted foul down the line, sliced into the corner. 1-1 count. High and out of the zone. 2-1. No, well, I don't know what the matchups will be on Friday for the semifinals, but this feels like a preview for the championship. The 2-1 chops and foul, 2-2. Much more impressed with these two teams than the ones we saw last night. I've not seen Verde Mexico play yet. The 2-1 pitch. Misses below the knees, sinker. 3-0. They call that a strike? Okay, they called that a strike. Okay, 2-2. Popped out of the glove and did not hit the zone. Maybe that helped the call. Wind up the pitch. Caught looking right there at the knees. Strike 3. 1 away. Big strike out there to get the inning going for Saldana. That'll bring Lake to the plate. Righty-righty matchup, 1 out. First pitch on the way to Lake is 91 right down the gullet. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Misses. Trying to get the chase underneath the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I mean, we've been playing this game for about a week and a half, so the weather's bound to change. The 1-1 swing, pops it up. Should be an easy play. Over there, shallow right field, the second baseman, Wright will drift over, make the catch. 2 down. Two down. Bottom of the 7th inning, 14-14 your score. Righty-lefty matchup now. Adames to the plate. 1 for 2 with 2 walks. First pitch outside the zone, it's 1-0. 1-0. Fouls it off, 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch right there at the knees. Good. 84-mile-an-hour sinker. It's 1-2. Saldana trying to throw up a shutdown inning for the first time since the 3rd inning to the Dominican Republic. They've scored in every inning except the 1st and the 3rd. The 1-2. Slaps it back foul. The 1-2, swing, bangs it over to first, going over, making the play. G3 your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. Good defensive play over there by Arnaiz, and we've got a 14-14 score. We're heading to the 8th inning, and you know what that means on the BCR.
106 miles from Chicago. We've got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses
and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? Yeah? Yeah, maybe. I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
When buying a beer, don't make this mistake. Buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Okay.
Get it! Hey!
Have dinner, ready? Put my pants on, one leg at a time. Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is no...
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
Drink a beer. Salute.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. Pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Well, I'm meaning a war. You gotta understand it. We're on a mission from God.
If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to kill me!
Welcome back. First pitch on the way to start the top of the 8th. Misses high for a ball. Frias versus Castillo. It's 1-0. Castillo 1 for 2 on the day. RBI and a walk. Pitch on the way right there for a strike. Swing, slices it towards left field, fighting the sun a little bit, drifting back, making the catch out there. In left field is Lake. 1 down. Lake is slid over to left field as Hernandez is in center, getting Cordero's glove out of the game. For obvious reasons. He's been kicking the ball all over the outfield all day long. Righty-righty matchup. Bethencourt the batter, first pitch. Swing, pops it back foul. It's out. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss. 0-2 count. Bethencourt. Rodriguez due up after that. The 0-2. This is out of the zone. 1-2. Pitch, swing, pops it up into right field, drifting over, making the easy catch. F9 your scorecard, Brito, 2 down. 2 up, 2 down, top of the 8th. Rodriguez now coming to the plate. He's 3 for 4 on the day. I think we're getting another pitching change. So we'll be back in a flash. 14-14 your score, top of the 8th. And DR is going to the pen one more time.
I woke up this morning filled with rage. My 3-year-old decided that she didn't want to wake me up this morning and went up and got herself a yogurt out of the refrigerator. Right now you're probably thinking to yourself, but she's displaying self-sufficiency and wants to be independent. What's the problem with that? I'll tell you what the problem is. She couldn't open it, and her only solution was to act like a monkey and start banging it against the wall until yogurt erupted all over the place. Then she turned that messy situation into an artistic opportunity, and that's when I walked in. By this point, I was prairie dogging my early morning poop, and it's no surprise that when I walked in, I my pants when I saw a Yo Play Van Gogh displayed all over my wall. A fresh pair of pants, a whole roll of paper towels, and a huge chunk of my sanity later, I go to my room to decompress. A few minutes go by and I'm feeling better. I'm feeling good. So I walk into the living room so I can give her a hug, and the little had another yogurt.
June 1st, James Lawrence immortalized himself in U.S. Navy history in 1813 with the words, "Don't give up the ship." Lawrence was an unruly youth growing up in New Jersey when he joined the Navy at 17. He quickly saw action against the Barbary pirates, and by the War of 1812 commanded the USS Hornet to victory over the HMS Peacock. He was promoted to captain and given one of the storied original 6 frigates of the Navy, the USS Chesapeake. For the first year of the war, the U.S. had won all 5 major naval engagements against the British. Veteran British Captain Broke was looking to halt the winning streak when he sailed HMS Shannon and her experienced crew right into the mouth of Boston Harbor, daring Lawrence to come out and, quote, "try the fortunes of our respective flags." Considering the Chesapeake's crew was raw and untrained, Lawrence should have said no. He didn't. Mortally wounded at the outset, Lawrence gave the famous order, and the Chesapeake fought until every U.S. officer was killed or wounded. The battle lasted only 10 minutes, but the Navy had a new motto. 3 months later, Oliver Hazard Perry would have "Don't give up the ship" stitched to his flag as he won the all-important Battle of Lake Erie.
$14 to 14. Top of the 8th, 2 outs. DR goes to the pen once again. It'll be Montilla versus Rodriguez, who's 3 for 4. Double and a single and an infield single. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike. On the inner track, it's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing, slices it back foul. It's quickly 0-2. 0-2 count. Fastball outside wide, 97 miles an hour. He's bringing it. I don't think we've seen anybody touch that in this league yet. Off the plate, but 97 miles an hour, 1-2. Rodriguez stands out of the box, gets back in. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 96 in on his hands, and that'll end the inning. 14 to 14 your score. We're going to the bottom of the 8th in a good old-fashioned barn burner here in Mexico.
We leave for Honduras tomorrow for a tournament on Saturday and Sunday. It's about a 49-hour drive, so plan accordingly. From there, we're going to raft over to Cuba for a night game on Monday. Now, if we pull out a win in Cuba, we get an automatic bid into a tournament that's in Croatia. That game will be on Wednesday. Once that's wrapped up, I would like everyone to meet Saturday morning at the ESPN Sports Complex in Disney for practice. Our first game in Disney starts at noon later that day. Now, don't get spoiled with this schedule. As the season progresses, we will pick up more games. Also, we are still calculating the exchange rates, but Coach Gary will let everyone know how much we owe in tournament fees. Any questions?
Your 80-year-old dog don't want to go on a walk with you, okay? This is my 3rd time this week seeing people carrying around their 80-year-old dog because the dog barely made it on the walk. He don't want to go on a walk with you. He's 1 foot in the grave. What makes you think that he wants to go on a walk with you? Him and George Washington Carver were friends.
Boston fans dared hope they might at last win the World Championship that had been denied them every season since the team sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees. Plans were made for a big victory parade.
He could throw a baseball through a brick wall, as a matter of fact. If I had to choose one person to pitch one game in my one lifetime, I would choose Bob Gibson.
Now, Gibson would face Carl Yastrzemski in the 1967 World Series.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio with Mac McGee, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. 14-14 your score, bottom of the 8th. Dominican Republic at the bat. Panama at the bump. First pitch on the way. Down and away. 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Adelin Rodriguez at the plate. Designated hitter. 0 for 2 on the day with an RBI. 1-0 pitch, misses. They checked down the line, but he did not go. Ball 2-2. 2-0 count. In the dirt, ball 3-3. Saldana, who's at 30 pitches, once again threatening to put the leadoff runner on. Did that a couple innings ago, and it was a home run later that coughed up the tie. The 3-0 right there at the knees, 3-1. Hernandez stands on deck. Cordero, remember, has been taken out of the game for defensive purposes. He may regret that as the 3-1's called for a strike. It's kind of a difficult thing that he's played so poorly in the outfield. But man, he's bad. He's pretty much carried the offense today. Full count. Brings it down and away, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. 1 on. Nobody out. Start the bottom of the 8th. One on, nobody out. Hernandez getting his first at bat. The center fielder who came in defensively for Cordero, late slid over to left when Hernandez came in to center. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, inside, sinker. It looked like he did get a piece of it. It's 0-1. Tried to pull the bat back. The home plate umpire said that he got a piece of it. He is claiming that it was his hand that was hit. It's going to be really hard to pick that up. Back to the action, 0-1. They did a quick review and to no avail. It did look like logically it had to have hit off of his arm. The 0-1 drops the bunt out in front of the mound. The throw is going to go down to second, and they're going to get the force out at second base. Good defensive play there by the catcher Saldana. He threw an absolute bullet down to second. One away. Risky play, but it worked. Righty-lefty matchup now. Saldana goes back to work. Diaz, the batter. He's in for De La Cruz. He'll flip it over to first. Man, that was close. That was really close. Runner gets back just in time. One away. Pitch on the way, off the plate wide. Sinker misses, 1-0. One 0 count. Sinker right there for a strike, 1-1. to 14 your score, bottom of the 8th inning. 1-1. Swing, laces it towards right field. That's down for a base hit. One hopper. Here comes the throw into the infield. And first and second for the Dominican Republic with one out. Heading towards the bottom of the order. Hernandez will be the batter. Top of the order looming on deck. And that's going to be it for Saldana. He's going to hit the showers. The 27th pitching change of the night will be back in a flash. It's 14 to 14 in the 8th.
Strippers have always used names of expensive things like Diamond or Mercedes. Nowadays, DJs be like, please welcome Gas and Eggs to the main stage.
Most of the problems in your life are probably your fault. And don't hear what I'm not saying. I do understand you. I get that being a victim makes you feel like you have a get-out-of-jail-free card for being a and I'm here to tell you, no. Stick with me here. You might not be depressed. You might just need to go find a glass of water, eat a salad, have a decent sleep schedule. I have insomnia, do you? Or do you just lack the self-control to put the phone down? I'm not saying these things because I'm trying to be an I'm saying them because when I say you're not allowed to quit, I truly mean it. However, until you start taking accountability for the things that are your fault, then nobody can help you. Have a great day. Whoop.
Hey, baby! We're gonna be here all day! We're gonna be here all day, baby! I like this kind of party!
Say the weird thing.
Is a police officer obstructing a citizen's right to freedom of speech if they handcuff a deaf person?
Bob Gibson's first pitch to Yastrzemski. Here's the pitch. He swung at a base hit out of the right field. Yastrzemski continued his tear, hitting .400, smashing 3 home runs, and in one game driving in 4 of Boston's 5 runs. But Bob Gibson overwhelmed nearly every other Red Sox hitter. Gibson set. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Despite an aching elbow, he won the first game, took 3 days off, then won the 4th.
He struck him out swinging.
3 days later, he was called in again to pitch the 7th against Boston's best, Jim Lonborg, who had also won his 2 games, but who was starting with only 2 days rest.
Welcome back. First pitch swinging, and that ball's going to get roasted up against the right field wall, down for a base hit. 1 run will score. Coming around, and it is 15-14. The DR is taking a 1-run lead. So the up-teens pitching change did not work. First pitch is late. I mean, that was a baked potato in there. Just gets slaughtered. And that'll be a double, an RBI double. So runners at second and third, 1 out. Gonzalez trying to hold the line. First pitch down and in. For a ball, it's 1-0. Nunez back to the rack, top of the order for the DR. What a game this has been, 15-14. 1-0, swinging this up top. Swing! That ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Catching it at the very back of the wall. Allowed out F9 your scorecard, but that will score a run and make it a 16-14 game. Sack fly. Run comes home to score. Runner at second moves down to third. So 16-14 with 2 outs. I thought that ball was about to leave the building. That ball was swatted. There is a slight breeze blowing in from left to right that may have played a factor in knocking it down. First pitch on the way, swung on and slapped back foul. It's 0-1. Gonzalez at the plate. So Nunez with the sac fly RBI, the 0-1 swing and miss. So the 0-2. Flips it up there, and he'll take a swing with the pitch that went down around his ankles, and that'll end the inning. But not before the DR takes another lead. We head to the 9th inning. Can they hold this one? 16-14.
Y'all, through and through, serving mashed potatoes 1 plate at a time. Someone had to step to the front lines and do it. That was me.
Y'all, my wife asked me how I managed to stay with her for 16 years. I told her she got enough personalities to keep me occupied for another 20.
That's it. I'm elevating us to threat level yellow. It's time.
Yellow?
Yeah, it's time.
What were we before?
Orange, of course.
Orange is much more threatening than yellow.
No, that's an old system that doesn't work anymore. Clearly, yellow is more threatening than orange.
Orange, red.
This is yellow.
Red.
Yes, is that more threatening?
Yellow, orange, red. It's backwards going to yellow.
Wow.
Color
fight.
And now suddenly with 2 out in the 10th inning, the tying runs are aboard, and Ray Knight will be the batter. And that's going to be hit into center field, base hit. Here comes Carter to score, And the tying run is at third in Kevin Mitchell. And John McNamara goes to the mound. Said he wants Bob Stanley to pitch to Mookie Wilson.
And I remember I said to the people in the truck, what happens if they tie the game? And they said, you get the hell out of there as fast as you possibly can.
2 out in the 10th. 5-4 Red Sox. 2-2 to Mookie Wilson. And it's going to go to the backstop. Here comes Mitchell to score the tying run. Oh, brother. So the winning run is at second base with 2 out. 3-2 to Mookie Wilson. Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
It was surreal. At this point, the cellophane comes off. They start backing the cameras out, and I'm watching over my shoulder as Wilson hits the ground ball through Buckner's legs. You have never seen so much equipment and so many people disappear from one place so fast. Before the Red Sox could come out of the visitors' dugout and down the tunnel and into the room, all traces of the preparation for a championship had been removed.
Jimmy Cordero coming on to try to close this one out. 16-14. Real pitcher's duel today. "14 runs, 16 hits by Panama, 1 error. 16 runs, 16 hits, 2 errors by the Dominican Republic. It has gone back and forth and back. Seven lead changes, and the first pitch on the way is upstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Nias 2 for 3 versus Cordero as the 1-0 a little bit inside, called for a strike. It's 1-1 count. Swing and miss, 1-2. One-two. Hine inside, 2-2. Swing, fouls it back. Do it again. The 2-2. Pops it up, back behind home plate. It will get into the crowd. One more time. The 2-2, sinker misses up top. So a full count now to start the inning. Payoff pitch inside and just taps the bat on a check swing. Arnias was trying to work his way aboard, couldn't get the bat out of the way. So instead of a leadoff walk, Arnias trying to find his way aboard now. The payoff pitch. High and out of the zone, ball 4, so he'll head on down to first. DR 16, Panama 14. Top of the 9th inning. One of the craziest games I've called in quite some time, regardless of the league. First pitch on the way is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. I mean, this game just seems destined to go to extra innings, to be honest with you. Wright, the batter, righty-righty matchup. Came in for Burrows to play second base, the 1-0. Swing, pops it up. Down the right field line, will it stay in play? It is just going to stay in play. Brito leans in and makes the catch, and the runner will tag up from first, make it down to second. 1 out. So good hustle there to break up any chance of the double play. But there is one away. That's going to bring Dennis to the plate. Alex Dennis. I believe they're going to pinch hit for Dennis. See who this is. Looks like Caballero is going to come on. It might have been from Charlie's objection of a name like Dennis in the lineup. Righty-righty matchup. Runner at second, 1 out. Here's the wind-up, the pitch. Inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Rosmo Caballero on for Austin Dennis. 1-0, see if this plays good against. Pays dividends. 1-0, kicks and fires. Swing, slices it towards right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score, and it is 16-15. So here we go. See if they leave Caballero in. He does not look fleet of foot. He represents the tying run. You would think if they've got a possibility to pinch run here, they will. Pedro Katui is going to come in for Caballero. That, for those of y'all who are just listening, can't see the video. Think of the panda at the end of his career. That's what Caballero resembled as he waddles back to the dugout. But he got the base hit and he got the RBI. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch swinging, pops it up. Eye in the sky. The easy can of corner by first base to foul territory, and they're down to their last out. Panama looking to try to get that last out. I don't know why there were handshakes and hugs up to that catch, but it was. I think someone might have thought that was the last out of the game. 1 on, 2 outs. Really strange. Nunez hugged the first baseman, Thomas, but the game is over. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. Yolan Camargo, the switch hitter. So wouldn't that be something if he ends up being the hero that gets it later on? One swing to give him the lead. Takes some fire, swing, slices it off foul, it's over 2. 98 miles an hour from Cordero. Oh, 2 count. Kicks and fires. Swing. Slices it to right field, right center field. That's down for a base hit. And that is going to move the runners along. They got runners at the corners and still 2 outs. And now the tying run is 90 feet away. So Camargo keeps the line moving. Now 3 for 6 on the day. He has 2 RBIs and a run scored. And the game's not quite over yet. 16-15, the DR leads Panama. Panama at bat, top of the ninth, 2 outs. And they're gonna have another powwow on the mound. Any of these guys ever get a job in the major leagues, they're gonna go for a rude awakening. To my count, that is the 12th visit to the mound by the Dominican Republic. The rule is 5 in Major League Baseball nowadays. At some point, you just gotta let them play, stand on their own 2 feet. That does not count the mound visits when they are making a pitching change. So 16-15, runners on the corners, 2 outs. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's a 1-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 count. Up high, misses. 1-2. Once again, down to their last strike. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Go 1-2. Swing just got a piece of it, bangs it off the plate. We'll do it again. One-two count. Comes set, brings it. Up high, misses 2-2. The 2-2. Swing, chops it over to third. Going to be a tough play, 5-3. He got him. That'll end the inning. That'll end the game. Dominican Republic wins this one 16-15. Wow, what a game. Holy Toledo. We'll see you on Friday here on the BCR, 3 o'clock Eastern for the semifinals. Woo! What a ball game.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.